Okay. Should be live. Everything should be set up. There we go. Not appropriate on the stream. Evening. Hey, Ancient Coda. Good evening. It's Shranhorn. How are you? Hopefully you're both well this evening. Shranhorn, I have an apology. I fell asleep watching your stream last night. I wasn't feeling very well, so I had to skip karate last night. So I was laying watching your stream, and out I went. I woke up at 3 o'clock and realized my phone was still on your stream. So yes. Okay, so mobile is the part. Yeah, I had a temperature and I was feeling kind of off, and so we had to skip karate obviously because just in case. So we skipped last night, and then I yeah, I fell asleep pretty quick on the sofa, and then so I'm going upstairs to bed. Good night. But I sat watching you stream for a while, but I couldn't manage. So my apologies for falling asleep. Okay. A little bit. I've still got a temperature, um, slightly raised temperature, but my head isn't hurting as much as it was yesterday, so I don't think I'm suffering from the thing. But got to avoid doing anything until I know. So we'll see. Like I don't have any problem with breathing or anything, so I don't think I'm really suffering. But I don't think I will be doing WASM scripting for a bit. The SHA 350. Oh, they pushed it back. Ouch. That's what happens, right? No, I'm fine. Like I said, slightly raised temperature. My headache isn't where it was the other day. I'm plenty hydrated, so if I felt bad, trust me, I wouldn't be streaming. I'd put it off, but I'm fine. So yeah. Okay. I was lurking in BBB stream, but I can't listen to that at the same time as trying to talk. It's going to distract me. Okay. So this evening, I'm going to commit this shortly. That's not a problem because I'm not pushing. So the way this is set up, it's not on a trigger, so it won't automatically push to the live version. We're going to introduce the ability to delete images and to mark as the cover image this evening. Hopefully that's enough. And that way I can then trust that even if I put this up live, I can remove the cover art if it uploads incorrectly. Pardon me. And maybe learn a little bit more as to why the images have all of a sudden started breaking. But we shall see. So I think this is all safe to commit. Uploading images of 3 sizes. Downloading images of required sizes. Okay. So we can push that. So hopefully this evening we're productive enough. I've been being teased by BBB ever since my comments earlier on Ancient Coda. With hindsight, I think I might have overshared a little bit, but never mind. I thought it might be helpful for the conversation when I shared it. But we'll see. My comments on Clarkio's stream earlier on about, feeling unproductive and being put off by other streamers streaming. BBB has been he welcomed me earlier on, and then when I left this evening, it was like, hopefully you now feel a bit more productive. And so I'm feeling that I might have overshared a little bit on Clarkio's stream earlier on. Okay, so this is so that's a change down from large. We're uploading that, but it still uploads as is. Oh yeah, we changed that on the server side. Yeah. And we changed the way we configured this, but it doesn't seem to make a difference to how we upload. Okay, so let's put that on DND. Main activity. I'm not sure this is doing anything, but we'll leave it in there for now. We'll remove it later. Change image capture configuration. It's pretty much it right this second. We're not caching it right now. I'd like to cache the images, but we'll see. Okay, so that's pushed. Yes, that's pushed, but this is on a feature branch. This is on a main branch. We need to do a pull request for that one because I can't have them now lining up incorrectly. Yeah, and I mean that's why I thought it was useful to share, but then I suddenly realized that I was typing a lot more than anybody else in there and being a little bit more forthright. It seems that saying yes, imposter syndrome is a thing would have sufficed, but it's still a thing. Far into a career, I watch. I watch streams and I feel like I could have done more. Maybe maybe I didn't understand it correctly. Maybe I'm not smart enough. All those things go through. But yeah, I was mindful of taking away from the original comments that Clarkio had based the thing on. That's why. So yeah, yeah, holding myself to a standard, I suppose. Okay, so we got to create a pull request for mob 35. Did that not push? Oh yeah, because I didn't push that branch. I'm trying not to merge things and manage things on the here. I'm trying to still do pull requests for everything, so I've got traceability, and anybody else sees this as well. I would like to keep that transparent. Mob 35 is easily going to branch right in, merge right in because it's the same thing. All I've got rid of here is namespacing, which bugs me all the time. We've put that in. We'll look at that afterwards. Lean back, recent games list. We've changed up this is all the recent games list. So I need to look at the board for this as well. Open. Control Xamarin, Git Kraken boards, Mob 35. Mob 35. How do I view it in the board? The Games app. Mobile game tracker. This is the Mob 35. What I'm about to see recently, yeah, we did that one. It's a good thing engineers and people who start coding now, that everything is. Yeah, it's funny. So you remember me mentioning the other night that I might consider, what did I refer to them as? Struggle streams. Well, basically, I'm going to stream something that I've not done and try and work through it to try and show the real process of trying to learn something new. And this evening, I started up. I got back to the computer and I realized that Jitter Ted was doing a struggle stream. Like, I'd not heard the term before, and yeah. So, like, okay, that it is a thing. So, but I think I'm going to get more of this done before I start doing that sort of stuff. So we're going to do, I'm not going to branch right now. I'm going to be a little bit bad. I doubt that. I highly doubt that. But if you did, awesome. Encourage someone else to go out there and show, you know what? Here's the scary truth, right? We're not all experts at everything and can pick up any tool set and just run with it. It doesn't happen that way. I think that needs to be shared more. And yeah, I think like Clarkiel said as well, it's a people do make it look easier on stream. Yeah. I might need to switch focus off of the client. I might add a chat plugin to the game server to control the NPCs just to mix it up. Sometimes that's necessary. Unless you're switching focus because you've got to divert away from the fact that you don't have the features needed to complete what you're doing. But I mean, mixing it up is sometimes necessary. Doing something different. You don't want to get bogged down. And I almost just did something very bad here. I almost convinced myself that not following a practice was a good idea. Okay, so I'm going to merge this in, right? And then we'll come back around. So right now, obviously, we're saving our SQLite database. There's a bit more going on here than I said, but I shouldn't have done what I did in this branch. But for right now, I'm not hurting anybody, but I'm going to continue branching these things. Confirm merge. Then we delete the branch so that we don't have an issue. Right. Well, I'm sure they'll get there eventually. It's sad that your project takes a bit of a hit right now, but more cool stuff to come, right? Okay, so we have Mob 13 as a thing, and that's what we're going to focus on immediately. We're going to focus on being able to remove an image from the mobile client. Did I close it down, or did I just never open it? Okay, so this is a feature, and it's Xamarin. And right now, we don't have the concept of administrator, but we do need to be able to remove images we don't want associated. So I don't need the database right now, so this is fine. Hot loader compiled DLL from the game server. Is that possible? I mean, you're definitely the expert in that realm. So download the actual DLL off of the server to do what you need to do at startup time, or when you switch it out, when you update it. The water goes in the mouth. So games are tenanted. Titles are tenanted. So let me just start the app up. I need to see something. Yeah. Okay. So, oh, holy crap. That actually scared me. I was in my own world then. Good evening. Thank you very much for the raid, Mike. Thank you for the follow. Side Demo IX. Welcome all. Hey, Chris Jones. How are you doing? Helpful stranger. Welcome. So, how did things end up? Did you get things working? Last time I saw you were playing around with videos. And I had to step away. Okay. So, well, why are you joining? This is Visual Studio. I'm building the Xamarin Forms app. So this is all C#. So this application is an app to track my games collection. So I love video games. I have a large collection of them, and I'm trying to keep track of them. So from within this application, I can scan a barcode. Right now I'm on the emulator, so I can't do that, but I can scan a barcode of a game, add the game to the collection. It will register a game. And then I can go in and bring up a game and see how many copies of that game I actually own. So the goal here is to be able to track my collection, and so my wife can use the same application and she can see what I own and be able to not buy duplicates of games, or know which ones are my favorites, or if I want certain games. So I can go in here and I can, if I don't own this game, I can mark it as wanted, and then I want a used complete version, right? I can track how much I spent on the game, and I can do, as you see at the bottom here, actually use a third-party service called price charting that actually keeps track of the game's prices over places like eBay and Amazon, etc., and gives me an estimated cost or current value of those games to people. So what we've been working on is just building up this application to be able to track the games effectively. And right now, what we're working on is the ability to mark these images as cover images, because we're going to change the display here to show a better display, show the cover art and be a little bit clearer. So, if you're searching games like Sonic, right, you can, find all the Sonics there and go to the Sonic. But yeah, so yeah, right now there's about 750 games in there. Yeah, the code is all open source. So the Xamarin Forms app and the server side of this. So it's a .NET API in the back end with Xamarin Forms in the front right now. The goal when we started this was to be able to create an API that anybody could build um, a client against and interact with. So we've used Auth0 throughout the process of this. We're using Azure for the storage of the images. So learned quite a few things along the way. So the app in reality is deployed to Azure, and recently made the change to move the images to Azure storage instead of using them in the app storage because it's costing a fortune to try and lower the cost of that. So this evening, again, the goal is to put some administration around the images, be able to delete an image because we've seen that we've got some issues with sometimes the images upload and they're corrupted. And I need to be able to delete the images anyway. And also mark an image as the cover image so we can display it in here. But yeah. Hey, Tuck. Welcome. Good evening. We can edit a game and edit the title of the game and set which genres it belongs to. So later on, the goal of this project overall is to do way more things with the data that we collect. So not only will it allow me to keep track of the actual games collection, but I'll be able to use some machine learning potentially and tell me what sort of games that I prefer playing, or, it's a Tuesday, you like playing this game on a Tuesday, interesting things we can do with that data set. Some image recognition stuff. So maybe we don't just use a barcode scan. Maybe I can scan the cartridge and it'll recognize some stuff and say, I think this is this game. So we can expand that set out and do more things with technology around the data set, but have a data set that I understand and intimately know. So yeah, we can theme it. We can go in and set the button to left or right. We have themes. So if you're left-handed, then that button can be closer to the left-hand side. We theme everything. We can favorite a game. And yeah, so this is the application that's been being worked on for the last couple of months on this stream. Well, the code's all available. So if you want to check out the code and build it yourself, feel free. There's nothing particularly restrictive. It does need you to have an Auth0 account, which is free to sign up for. Auth0 has been a great thing. So if I log out of the application, you'll see it will take me back to this screen. So this is when you first go into the application, you're going to get asked to log in. And login will navigate me to a page, which is the Auth0 page. And then I continue with Google and I'm logged in now. GitHub versus GitLab. So yeah, so sorry for the can log in with Google, and then Syncfusion is also a free license, and those are the controls that I'm using in here. So if you wanted to check it out, you just need free versions of those accounts and stuff to set up. But yeah, those are things that right now anyone who's watched the stream will understand that you need them. But anyone can check the code out. And again, the API is separate. So if you wanted to build your own interface for tracking games, you could do that right now. Right? The server, which is confusingly called Game Tracker Mobile, Game Tracker Xamarin is the actual app, and Game Tracker Mobile is a server. They'll get renamed eventually. This is all available as well. So if you just wanted to build something that tracked your games, you could put a UI around this, download this, and put a UI around it, and there you go, you're good. Based upon how it's designed as well, you could modify this pretty simply to track anything you wanted to do. But yeah, totally free. If you want the code, they're there. This app needs a feature advert. What? So if there's any questions, the goal of the stream is to talk about software development as much as it is to do software development. So feel free. But yeah. GitHub can be confusing. Yeah. Okay. So what I was verifying when the nice rate came in was that the app was up and running, and we just merged things. I wanted to check that things were at least working. Okay, Chris Jones, thank you very much for coming along with the raid. Take care. See you again soon. Good night. Yeah, so we just need to shut that down for this second. So that's the server side. We don't need to stop the server side. We just need to stop the mobile side. And I've got to pull the code in. So I'm going to pull. No. Pull. There we go. Okay. So the feature we're going to work on right now is the remove an image. And it should be relatively simple. So I'm going to go over here and let's have a look at mob 13. Okay, so we click that. Create a branch off of main. Base new branch on main. Yep. Feature / mob 13. Okay. And we can delete mob 35 from local because we don't need it anymore. Okay. Shouldn't be any changes. We'll see. Watch this, there'll be a merge conflict now. That I've just completely blown through. Just make sure it builds and runs. And then we'll start on the feature. So one of the things, this isn't just going to be simple whack a button in there. I really do want to talk about what the right way to do this is. If you just stick a button on the screen, as we've seen through the process of trying to do the swiping of the images, right? It doesn't always work very well. And sometimes it'll swipe across to the the copies instead of the actual game images. So I want to make sure that that's functional, and I don't want to put button, like we have the picture button there, right? If I stick a delete button next to that, do I hit that? Is that a good design? Is the button being there for taking the picture good, right? So the way this works is actually I'm probably best showing the application. It gives a better flow. So I'm using my personal phone right now. I believe there's a $70 blue phone that runs Android 10 that I think that I could get. And that would allow me to have a phone that doesn't risk doxing me. So I have a pile of 25 games built up beside me that I need to scan. And I've been putting this off because I've been working on the application. And that's what you just heard fall. That was the carefully teetering stack of games. thought I was being smart and moved them out of the way the other day. This seller. What? What CPU have you got in there? Don't worry, the game survived. I just need to be more organized. Well, I suppose if your machine is VS is inefficient, but if it's saturating disk, %100% CPU, that I've not seen before. Although we did learn something today. So my colleague, you'll be 10th gen. Nice. My colleague was running unit tests, and it was taking almost a minute and a half. So he asked me to run the same thing. And in my work dev PC, I have a Ryzen 2600 and a 5700 XT. It's my personal machine that I'm using for work right now, work from home and all. I don't want to use my work laptop. So we realized that the unit tests running through ReSharper would actually use the GPU. So my unit tests were finishing in 23 seconds and his were taking almost a minute and a half because he had a 580 in his machine. But if you run the unit test within Visual Studio outside the ReSharper test runner, it runs on CPU and they both take about the same time. But we couldn't figure out how to make ReSharper run using CPU over GPU. Which 10th gen is that? 10700 or the 10900? Okay, so bring up the actual mobile app, 10700. I think Bench Tech and I have got one of those. That's what we're testing with. So I might as well share a link as well while I'm on here, right? Another thing that I do with a friend of mine is we have a collection of hardware and we are running tests on the hardware. So we have started a set of YouTube videos, and that is the most recent video where we're looking at all the AMD Radeons from the last couple of generations and how they perform in current games. Bit of shameless self-promotion there, I suppose. Is it shameless self-promotion when it's on my own channel? But I don't know. Okay. So the way the application works is I'm on the actual phone now, so I can scan my nice dirty keyboard. And I'm going to scan Dune. So I can scan a barcode. And if I don't have the game, it's going to record the barcode 0521458600056. And this is going to be Dune on the Sega CD. I can register that. So I'm showing you this so I can show the workflow, so it makes a little bit more sense. I then can add a copy. So it adds a copy by default. It's just blank. This is obviously used. It's a almost 30-year-old game. Is it complete? Okay, demo. Yes, it's complete, and more importantly, it has the sponge in the middle. So it's complete. In Sega CD games, if you buy Sega CD games or Sega Saturn games, they have in the middle, they have this bit of foam, and that foam makes all the difference to whether the CD will make it to you in the place or potentially scratch to heck when it arrives. So I've taken to any game I buy from eBay, I will say, can you please put something inside to make sure the CD doesn't move around? Okay, so I don't know how much I paid for this. I can edit this later. But now you can see it says used and complete. I don't know when I bought it or how much I paid. So that isn't saying it was $0. It's just saying it doesn't have a value. So then I go to the detail page and I take a picture. And the goal here is to try and capture the cover as clearly as I can. The light reflection is going to be annoying, but I can take a picture later. And that's why we're doing the delete button. So I take a picture. That will upload to Azure when I hit OK. And when it shows the picture, that's now in Azure and been downloaded back to me, right? So I do need to do some work on that workflow because obviously it's sat there doing nothing. But now I need to decide on what I'm going to do with this. What's the right way to design the screen so that I don't end up accidentally hitting delete or accidentally trying to take a picture? So that's my first challenge. Figure out what design I'm going with. Now, I think originally we actually had the picture taking icon up here, but it kind of made sense to move it down here because it's nice and easy, right? It's right where my thumb is. What I could do is try and create an on-screen button similar to this button for the picture taking. And that would make picture taking a little easier. But then I've still got a problem of where do I put the delete button? What's the right UI design there? I'm not a UI guy, a UI person at all. I feel that there are experts for a reason in this field. So I'm going to have to go with my best feeling and see how it goes. So if you have a feeling about it, if you're watching and thinking, no, put the button there, please say so. But I'm completely open to feedback on the design as we go. It's a favorite game now. The image could be centered, yes. Yes. We might have to work on that. But if we move the button away, you won't notice the fact that the image isn't as centered as it could be, right? That's been a problem from the beginning. But so, you know, do we have? You can see the list of games on here as well is different than the list of games on the emulator because the local device actually has a small database and it tracks the games that I've viewed or added recently. Yeah. You can see we have partially why I want to be able to delete is because if the image corrupts in any way, I want to be able to remove that image. So this image did not transfer correctly. And if I swipe left and right, yeah, that's actually, I do have a brand new sealed copy of this game and a used copy of this game. Right, so I'm just swiping left and right there to get that. But if I swipe too far from the side, we've had issues. Yeah, it'll also swipe to the next tab as well. So these are things that I want to consider in the design. I don't actually know if we can. So the game detail page, that these need renaming. That's confusing. Game detail main page is the overall page with the tabs in it, and then game detail page is this page for the detail. So we have the platform, the primary button, then we have the carousel, item height, item request, item spacing. This is center and expand. So technically that's where the image is being placed by the carousel because the I don't know if there's any border options on this. No, there's no border options on the actual carousel to say so Xamarin Forms does have, you can use CSS with Xamarin Forms. I haven't done it yet. I've used all the inline styling so far. But we got to do that. So I'm not sure how to. So let's have a look. Syncfusion, carousel, Xamarin Forms, center. It's not a grid layout. We don't have any padding, and we don't. I mean, we set item height, but we don't set item width. But there's no spacing. I love how they show this in this version, but we don't see that. What do we say? Actually, we know what item height is because, let's see. So, image size, item height is 504. See if the library load will work. I don't think it will. Yeah. It's a nice concept. The idea of hot reload. So when you've got the device up, you can just bring up it'll just make the change and reload the page, and there you go. But several other controls I've just found just don't reload. I don't think I'm doing anything wrong, but because it's my personal phone, I kind of wait until the actual app is up and running before I actually show it. Okay. Now, well, because height request is 250. We clearly can't make it that big. There's no need. We know we want more information here eventually. The categories will go under here. So let's do height request is 320. Item height is 320. I think I only need to set one of them, but let's see. We go out. Yeah, I think the app crashed. Yeah. No lot there. Luckily, it doesn't take too long to restart. But what that did show is that the image was stuck all the way to the left. So go to June. So there's the image now. Got Theft Auto. Did I really take the wrong picture? San Andreas, yeah. So I really need to rename that. So that's Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, not Grand Theft Auto. It won't reload there. But if I go back into it, it should do. Yeah, so it's taken. It's just the parts it caches won't reload until later. But either way, I like the image size. That's nice. It's nice and clear. I should probably focus on where I'm going to place the buttons before I focus on the carousel alignment, is my guess. Unless it's bugging you that much that we need to fix it now. I mean, you could always check it out and tinker. That's the beauty of the open source, right? Actually, it makes it worse now because now it's clear. It's clear that the image is really far over to the left. I think it's where it's placed in that carousel. We'll give it one more go. Width request equals width equals I should stop running before I change those things. I haven't seen anything that said that the hot reload is that perfect. We'll see what that changes. Okay. That didn't really change anything, I don't think, at all. So let's move on. Let's figure this out. So what's nice about the image icon where it is, take the picture icon rather, or the snapshot icon, is that it's pretty easy. I mean, I know you can't see it right this second, but my thumb is right where that is. For me, that's perfect. I think for most people, I mean, I can reach the center of the screen with my thumb. This is a larger phone. This is an S10 Plus, but I can reach the center from holding the phone comfortably. I can reach the center of the screen. So there is not a big problem for me to travel to. It's not a small button. It's not massive, but it's not small. And I can reach that from no matter which way I'm holding the phone. If I move it down to the bottom, there's an overlay button like the front screen, like this. That would work for the image capture, but I'm still not sure where I put delete. I don't know. Any thoughts, opinions on how you would approach putting a delete button on this? Right, next to it will be bad if I accidentally hit it. I've still got to put a confirmation in, but then if I want to take a picture and I'm trying to do it quickly, I'm likely to hit the delete button. No, because the delete button. Well, both really. If I put, I don't think I have the tools on this machine to do this, but can I do a? Well, that's good, isn't it? Nothing you can do with that. I use Crisp. Take screenshot. Desktop. Yeah, there are several images. So this is a carousel, right? So I can, if I go back to Grand Theft Auto Vice City, right? This is a carousel. It's quite some funky behavior. So this icon being down there wouldn't be a major issue for capturing the image. But do I put a garbage can underneath the image? And then you click it and we confirm, do you want to delete this image? Is that the right way to do that? That way you can't possibly accidentally hit the paint.net. So if we open desktop screenshot. So if we basically take this button, move that down there, then we fill that in, and we do forgive my primitive paint skills here, but I'll stroke that line. There's got to be a way of doing that. Just do this. You get that idea. I don't need to put a button right there. We take I don't think we have a garbage can icon at all in the app right this second, do we? Oh yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. We have one there. So we take another screenshot. I know there's way better ways to do this, but I'm no artist, so we'll go with this for now. We take that. Really? I believe it does. So that's one option. So that would look similar to this, right? So down here with the button, what I do? Uh-oh. The ancient coder, not like this. Did I do something wrong? Okay. So this button would make it work like this. So it's clearly a button. It's an overlay button. So if, you know, this list will go behind that button. So whatever was on the screen would go behind. We do a delete. Ah, okay. Just my timing of looking at the screen. Okay. So we do a delete there. When we hit delete, we prompt, are you sure you want to delete this image? Yep. Okay. And we delete the image. We think that's workable. I think that works. Okay. So we'll get the image in, we'll get the buttons in first, and then we'll work on the actual code. Because that's the beauty of this, we can prototype it a little bit faster. Okay, so we're going to go to the home page, and this home button is done a little bit differently. So we have a button, and we position it, and scan button orientation, and we have a little bit more work here to do than just make this your regular button, I believe. So we have the binding, we have view model, then we have the scan button orientation. Oh, that's why that works that way. We're going to do the same thing. Because I think it matters. If we're being consistent, if we want to move the button to the left-hand side of the screen, then we should move all. We'll rename this, instead of scan button, it'll become, there's a name for this, and I can never remember the acronym. but it's basically the overlay button or something like that. So let's get the button in there first, and then we'll work on the specifics of that. So we take this and we go to game detail page and check back there once more. So that's the refresh view, absolute layout, stack layout. That goes in. I feel a new keyboard coming on. Let's remove that for the second. And static resource, fab, that's the one, fab. Yeah, so we need the resource. What this does is actually sets it based upon the position. Yeah. So we're going to go with this design for now. Where we put the delete there and we make the take picture button a fab. Floating action button? Is that what that stands for? Yeah. And we'll rename this all appropriately afterwards to be fab button or something like that. Okay, so we don't need them. The delete as well. Well, I don't want to. So the delete is more deliberate, and by moving this button away from this button, this makes this an easier action to hit. This makes this I have to make a deliberate movement to the middle of the screen, hit a button, and then confirm. So they're different efforts, right? And I would want a delete to be a different effort, unless there's a UI UX reason for a different behavior there. That's kind of what I want to go with right this second. I want to separate the two so it's not possible to accidentally hit one of them while doing the thing. So this right now is this, and we're going to do something similar. Right. Okay. Right, but I want the take a picture to be fast. Right. I don't want that to be any sort of delay. Font awesome, solid free. Text is expand, and this is delete. No, it is expand still. No, this is photo. Yeah, photo. Okay. Right. One of the options to hide and delete, and you can do a contextual menu pop by pressing and hold the image. Yeah. Is that? But that's something you have to understand is possible, right? Okay. Right. But I will say on Android, and I'm not going to show my phone for privacy reasons, obviously. That shouldn't scare me. Thank you for the follow, Frosty Robot. Welcome. I will say that the gallery app on Android, at least on this Android, doesn't have the ability to take a picture. It has the ability to see the pictures, and I can go back to the camera if I want to take a picture. Gallery, I can manage the pictures. In here, I want to see everything. So yeah. So for anyone joining, we're working on a mobile application for capturing my game library. Right now, we're working on taking and deleting photos. We have taking photos working, but if you have any questions or any thoughts or opinions, please share. This is all open. So yeah, I see the point, Gina, because there is training built into the phone for certain. Photo. Okay, so now that's just using that static resource. This will set it up so we can figure out later how to inherit from these. I think there is an ability to inherit based upon what we did before, so that we can take all the common resources and pull them up into one style and then use different buttons. So now we need to go to here, yeah, and we need that orientation because we are going to use the orientation ultimately anyway. It's just right a second. So again, detail view model. It does not. No. Hey, I watch game streams, but also an engineer. The other day, I was thinking about possible mobile apps using Xamarin. I'm supposed to shout preference. Okay, cool. Well, I mean, I'm not a full-time Xamarin developer. This is basically just been built on this stream. I can say that it's pretty easy to pick up and work with. There's some quirks, but if you're a C# developer, then it's not difficult to adjust and to learn new ways of doing things. And with the evolution of Microsoft technologies, with MAUI and things like that, this is only going to be around even more. If you're interested, the code for this is all available. We do have the bot is up and running, Ancient Coder. We do have both the server and the client code for this available. Oh, thank you for joining. Okay, Emily, flow in the gallery. I think honestly, there's room to change the way the app works in the long term, right? There's definitely room to tinker with it. So, it's still up and running. So we log in. We have the game. We can see the game cover. Right now, we're talking about moving this icon down over here so that we can scan it, that we can take a picture quickly, and putting a delete icon here so we can remove the picture. It does. It does. There's going to be more information there eventually. Remember, the genres will appear down here. We can put more information down here. So this will be more of a detailed page later on. You know, maybe later on we refactor this to be an actual gallery so that you don't get these pictures in here. You get a picture, a carousel that you can scroll through, but then manage photos is a button as well. Maybe we change it entirely and associate the actual photos with the actual copies, right? So then the photos are, we drill down into here and redo this. Right now, this is a practical way of seeing what the game looks like. Obviously, this helps my wife if she's looking at the game. You know, we're going to put the button in for marking as a as a favorite, or as a front image or whatever. Then we can redo this and make this a larger list screen where we can say, okay, well, we're going to show the actual cover art on here so that if my wife is looking for a game, she can search and say, okay, well, does he have Sonic? Maybe we can make the list filter that way, and then show the games down. I'm pointing at the screen like you can see it. List the games down here with the actual cover art. So there's 3 or 4 games per screen. But I think that's kind of, learning about mobile development. It's very different than what we normally do. Do we take what's done in other apps on the system? That way you don't have to build training into your application. Am I trying to do this for the same reasons as those applications? I agree that it definitely feels like a gallery, and yeah, right now its behavior is pure gallery, right? Um, yeah. Well, maybe one day we'll be lucky, and someone who's a UI UX expert will drop in the stream. And one thing that's actually I've considered is reaching out to people like Lachlan and Kim Philpotts and other Xamarin people to see if they can look at the app with us and go through some of the pitfalls and some of the common problems that I've created through building this application. I've built this. You've all seen, anybody who's watched the stream from when we started building this, you've all seen my journey through Xamarin. I barely touch Xamarin outside of it, so that all the learning I do on stream is the learning, right? There is no me come back and all of a sudden be an expert on using the carousel, right? So I have considered reaching out to a few Xamarin developers and asking if they could maybe spend some time, come on stream, go through this. There are I think there are quite a few now in the Live Coders team that maybe um, I could find that might want to do something like that. So um, I just have to put my big boy pants on and be like, okay, I can take it. I can take the criticism. Bring it. you know. Yeah. Oh, you shouldn't have done that. Ooh, should have used this framework. Ooh, that's a really poor way of doing that, right? Because we're not building this using any other than the tool sets. We're not really using any, and there are different frameworks for MVVM and different tools available to me. Yeah. So once we get to a certain point where I can use the application, I think at that point I will probably fork the repo to my own um, repository and build the version that I actually run with off of that, so that going forward, every version built is not going to impact my actual use of the application. And then every now and then I could update that if I feel that we've made significant progress. But I can see the mobile app continuing to grow even when other things come along, such as when we start to look at machine learning and image recognition stuff. I think that's all going to be we're still going to put that back into the mobile app at some point. So yeah, a loose copy of Sonic Spinball is $4.21. I own 6 copies of that game. Loose. I'm rich. Okay. So that's I must have ended it but not ended it. I've got to make sure I close all my tabs so that people don't see anything they shouldn't do on my phone. Tunicus, which phone was it that you linked me to a while ago? The blue phone that was like $70 or $80, and it's pretty much it's an Android 10 phone that will work pretty much the same way as this one. Do you remember that one? Okay, so let's go to the. Is that blue? That is the brand. I couldn't. I think I looked the other week and I couldn't find one for like $70 or $80. Because I really should get the phone at this point. Because risking completely doxing myself on a or showing way too much personal stuff on a yeah, blue cell phone. Blue. Okay. G90. $150. Android 10, 64 gig plus 4 gig RAM, 6.5 inch screen. There we go. Yeah, unlocked, yeah. There you go. There's a good price. Probably Android 6 or Android 9. I mean, you could do that, but yeah, we'll see. Because I don't need anything. I just need something to test with. And obviously, you know, right now I don't have a variety of devices to test this with, and I keep copying this and never actually going to paste it. So I'll try and get on that one. Yeah. Okay, so we need to do that. Really? Okay. I think the way I touch the control button on this keyboard is just not sensitive enough for me to hit. I think it's a bit too. I have to be very deliberate on the whole thing. Okay, so that's the backing variable for that. So I'll put it there. See, I was holding control then. I know I was holding control then. And I like this keyboard because it's soft and it doesn't make a ton of clicking, clacking noise. Put in the same. That is driving me mad. Okay, so we have the game detail page. Game detail page has a scan button orientation, which is the property I just copied. It has static resources. It has that. So now we're going to go to where we have the button for the camera. So we're going to take this and I'm going to paste that in. Oh, again, see, I cut it out, but I didn't paste it. Why didn't that paste if I cut it? So we need to do, just need to clicked. Take photo, clicked. So at this point, actually, I do need that. Tell you why in a second. Let's run that. Let's see what it looks like. So if we did it right, then the app will still work. I'll just have a button in the bottom right-hand corner now to take the photo. Or the left if I didn't switch it back. Okay. That's keyboard. I've had 2 of them. They are nice. But I broke both of them. And it baffles people when you type on a keyboard with no characters on it. So that still works, my very dirty keyboard. Actually more dusty than anything else. That doesn't work. Why does that not work? I don't know. I broke 2 of them. I actually just threw one out. I didn't spill anything on them. But one of them, the entire left-hand side of the keyboard stopped working. The other one, I think it was a key that stopped working. But yeah, I like the DAS keyboards. They're solid. They feel solid. Very loud. Okay, so why didn't this position itself in the same place as? Because the positioning shouldn't have changed. Yes. So CVT scan button position to rectangle. So that's my converters library folder. Image source converter, font is solid converter, scan button position to rectangle is this. Yeah, the DAS keyboard I had 2 years or so, easily. 2 years is pretty good for a full-time typist, right? They might have changed their construction a little bit because that's a slightly new one that's got the volume wheel and stuff on it. I still have one around, I think. I'll pull it out and see. Yeah, it left hand side of one of the keyboards just stopped working. I can't remember what happened to the because I had one at home and one at work. Although it did upset some of my colleagues, so it might have been a sabotage more than broken, I suppose. Some people did not like the keyboard. So why didn't that position? That's built into Xamarin Forms, so that's not my problem. How I know why? Because I'm in the stat layout. Here I'm in an absolute layout, right? Relatively. People didn't particularly enjoy it. So let's do this. Oh, really? Driving me batty. I don't know if I can have the stack layout nested that way. Well, no, I have to be. Yeah. So this should keep the button where it needs to be because it's in the absolute layout, but the stat layout might change. We'll have to see what that does now. I mean, with hindsight, now I've had a few mechanical keyboards. The DAS keyboard wasn't that noisy, I suppose. I mean, I've got this Red Dragon here, which is a cheap one, and I've got a Corsair keyboard over there, and a HyperX Pro Alloy 2 keyboard. That one is awesome. I love that because it's really silent as well, but it's really strong to type on, and that's the gaming keyboard. But I digress. Yeah. Some people just don't like the sound of it though, so you've got to be careful if you upset your colleagues. Okay, so I have a bit of an issue. Something's not quite right there. It's clearly moved the position of it. But I wonder if this is causing the problem now. So the home page, we have the refresh view. Yeah. and you feel super productive when you're typing away on an old mechanical keyboard. It feels more productive. That might be just a me being strange thing, but okay. So let's in an office, people will get upset over a lot of things. So they just don't appreciate it. Well, I'll fix that real good. Okay, the live reload worked once and won't work again. Oh. Well, hopefully it's not a heavy one. Oh, joy. Okay, so that's given up on me. So the live reload has just totally given up. It just hung the screen upon the phone. So the difference here between the home page and the game detail page is obviously the layout is very different. Yeah, a lot of rain would be good. Still using who? Me? The Microsoft one? Yeah. Yeah, the Microsoft one. The yeah, we use it. Yeah, the Stream keyboard is that one. It's nice. I've got it lifted up, raised up properly. It's a comfortable keyboard to work on, and just that copy and pasting just drives me nuts. So I've got to figure out why this button doesn't get shifted after the stack layout. Well, I've got stat layout nested within stat layout, nested within stat layout, so that might not be helping me. Let's figure out that part first. I think if I was going to go back to a full mechanical keyboard to stream with, I probably want to figure out the sound and learn a bit more about balancing the sound out properly. Make sure my voice is heard, and so the microphone stand is not attached to the desk; it's attached to the windowsill above me. I'd like to learn more about the audio configuration before I actually went back to it using anything like a mechanical keyboard. Okay, so we got that, and now we've got that. So we didn't break anything majorly there, except that our icon has disappeared. Our text, was that doing that before? Or was I just not paying attention to the fact that this was going all the way over there? Or did I just break that by taking out a nested stack layout? Got a feeling was that actually fixed something. So this is probably where I need to figure out the grid layout stuff to do this properly. I've been putting it off because I've achieved everything with the stack layout, but I believe that the grid layout is probably a smarter option at this point. I wonder if I move this around that. Yeah. The way it reloads, it just breaks that part. So again, if anyone has any questions, any thoughts, any opinions on what I'm doing, please feel free to jump in. This is a open to discussion stream. I'm more than happy to learn something. So I don't think that was a major success. I think we might be going backwards here, not forwards. But I think the grid layout might be the answer. The problem is we need the absolute layout to push that down to the bottom right-hand corner. What do we do differently on this one? So the primary difference is this is a content page. This is a shell page. This is not in a content page, I don't believe. Yeah, it is. Not sure why this would change anything, but let's find out. Let's give it a whirl. No. Let's switch this around again. Let's move this side of this side of, above that. So we've lost the favorite icon. We've lost the carousel right this second. We still have the ability to take a picture, I believe. No, we don't. So the layering there is completely busted. Stack layout, horizontal, stack layout. So let's try this. Okay. So within the content page, hey, two salty clowns. Good evening. Welcome. Sonic Spinball. It's a very good game. So the layout. So there's a stat layout, and the stat layout contains a stat layout which has the title in it. How's things? Hopefully well. And then we have the genres, which we don't currently show, but they are there. And then the stat layout ends for the surrounding stat layout. Hey, Harold. Good evening. Welcome. Well, right now we're not in C# land, we're in UI land. So let me show you what we're working on. Oh, Game Troll isn't responding. Not a good start. There you go. Okay, that's looking slightly healthier. So the way this should work, what we're trying to do is move this icon down to this bottom right hand corner. This is the take a picture button. Previously it was underneath this picture. But what we want to do is move this, well, it's material. So yeah, it would make sense. And we want to move this down here so that it's easy to access in the same style as this button here. Like me pointing at it on the actual phone is going to make a difference. I continue to do that. We move this down here so that that's easier. And then we're going to put a delete icon here so we can clean up images. The problem is laying this out properly is right now difficult. I think what I need to do is move this to a grid-based layout so that it's a little bit clearer. I just don't know how to use the grid layout properly. And we've lost an icon from over here somewhere in this transition. So the heart button is moved. So, well, that's what I'm believing. So right now there's an absolute layout that should fill and expand in both directions, right? So it should fill out this entire area. I don't have the ability like I would do in CSS, I don't think. Actually, background color equals orange red. Nope, we're going to break. Xamarin does have the concept of live reload. It works sometimes, but depending on what you've got in there, which I've got a Syncfusion carousel, it doesn't want to load. So what I've just done, hopefully we'll see what space this takes up. Yeah, so that takes up the entire space, right? So what we're trying to do is move this button down to that bottom right. Now on this page, we have an absolute layout. So I've just taken the absolute layout here and content page here. Now I think what's going wrong is the way this is built out is slightly different. No. But in general, it should function the same way, right? So I have my refresh view, then I have my button, and then the end of the absolute layout, right? So that's what I'm kind of trying to mimic. So actually, let's do this. Let's take everything out of there except the button, right? So now they're almost totally identical, right? Yeah, I didn't think you'd work very well. I can use CSS if I want to learn how to use CSS in here. The idea should be very similar. It's just I don't want to start messing with CSS. Okay, so straight out of the box, that's not the same behavior, is it? Well, the layout is the same, right? So homepage here has an absolute layout, regardless of what content I've got in there. I want that down there. So what am I doing differently? So we have a button, the photo button, width 65, height 65, corner radius 100, so it's circular, right? We've got the colors on it, padding, margin, horizontal, center and expand, end and expand. Something like that. Let's see if that changes anything anyway. Nope, that doesn't change anything. So stop running that. So what could be the problem there? Well, the problem could be that, let's see, stack layout, vertical options, fill and expand, label, text equals hello world. Right, so we put something in there, fill and expand the space. Does it move this button down at all below it, or does it still float it above? If it still floats it above, then this isn't actually affecting the positioning of that button, and I'm doing something different with this overall page somewhere, is my immediate thought. And I've got to stop bringing the phone up before having the app running, just in case. It's on Do Not Disturb, so no text messages or anything should show. But okay, so it's floating over the top of it. So whatever's in here isn't actually making a difference. So what's different to this? Actually, let's see that takes effect. So we have the configuration, right? And we can change left and right configuration, right? Well, it's not taking any change there, right? Because now that button moves. So that's just so you can adapt it for whether you prefer to hold the phone with your left hand or your right hand. Okay, so that's overlaying. Why is that overlaying? Why isn't that moving down? So we have scan button orientation, which is the actual left or right value. That shouldn't matter. And then the fab position. And that should dictate left or right. That shouldn't actually create any sort of problem. Unless... Did I put this in the wrong place? What? No, it's in the right one. So scan button orientation, that is in this, and it should load the same value as, so the app preferences is an internal class which is built to pull that value, and it will default to right. Preferences is built into Xamarin Forms. So this is the game detail view model, and that's what this is using, game detail view model. I had a moment of, am I using the wrong view model and it's just breaking because it's not there? There are certain things where I've seen it will fail, strangely. But no, it's not. So this will only determine, this fab position converter will take left or right and position auto size. Zero, 1, or 1, 1. Width and height, auto size. So why does that work on this one? I don't believe there's any different behavior in this application, in this page, than there is in the other page. Material, design, title. I didn't expect sticking a button on the screen to be the sticking point of this process, but this is the way this goes. But we've seen that the absolute layout is filling out the area, and that positioning should say width and height should fill, and it should go to, so that is that converter. When it's left, I assume this is 0, 2, 1, right? Any thoughts on? What? No, the button's not inside anything right this second. It's in the absolute layout. That's it. I'm thinking that it's being forced to. It's just not being forced down to the bottom like it is in the other page. Thoughts on this? It looks like it's been put together by people that really, really, really like accountability. Business dev ops support core, but what? Software doesn't work this way. I mean, maybe it does. Maybe it does in a world where everyone can stick to this perfectly, but built-in quality. What is built-in quality? Is that why your developers get fired if the quality drops? Plan execute. I mean, yeah, there's processes put with inside, but in some ways, I'd love to be part of an organization that can work through this, so I can see what happens when it's done right. I've just never seen it done right. I've never seen it done so cleanly that this all fits neatly into these boxes. Epic owners, enterprise architect. Is there an organizational structure here that I'm missing? Am I going to click thing? Oh, no, I don't want to click things. Epic owners are responsible for coordinating epics through the portfolio Kanban system. They collaboratively define the epic, its minimum viable product, and lean business case, and when approved, facilitate implementation. You're an epic owner. I am epic, yes. In SAFe, epics are the container for significant solution development initiative. The expectation is a substantial investment represented by the epic will generate a commensurate amount of economic value. Epic owners are responsible for formulating and elaborating the epic and analyzing its cost and impact by collaborating closely with other groups in the portfolio. Epic owners. Well, hold on. Aren't these the epic owners? The team? I mean, the epic is a set of work to be done. So again, I just think it's this sort of stuff is great in principle. It's just it breaks down quickly. People make allowances. People cut corners on things. People skip on things when other people have timelines that demand things. If you break these teams up incorrectly, these processes don't work very smoothly, and then it's all about blame, and it's who can pass the blame on to who, and having a structural chart that no, this is your role, this is their role, they can't collide. I think it's nice. I mean, there's yeah. We have these pieces in essence, right? In most teams now that work in an agile manner. I just think this is not agility. This is kind of defining all the areas where you're going to build fragility, because you're going to basically expect people to fulfill roles and set timelines based upon this. This is management. That's probably why I will never proceed past where I am, because I just think that yeah, it's great, but and system architect is responsible for defining and communicating a shared technical and architectural vision for an agile release train. What's an agile release train? Oh, hold on. There's the agile release train. Okay, two salty clowns. Thank you for stopping by. Take care. The Agile Release Train, the ART, is a long-lived team of Agile teams, which, along with other stakeholders, incrementally develops, delivers, and where applicable, operates one or more solutions in a value stream. Why doesn't that have a link? Agile release trains align teams to a shared business and technology mission. Each is a virtual organization, typically of 50 to 125 people. What? That plans, commits, develops, and deploys together. What size enterprise is this built for? Because I don't even think Microsoft has. I mean, I know Microsoft has massive teams, but I didn't think they were all 50 to 125 people in each group. Maybe they are overall. But I will point to the fact that even Microsoft flip flops, changes designs, changes practices, changes deliveries all the time. Things slip. But all this gives is a blame framework. So if you are at that enterprise level, then you probably need to hire a consultant to do that. But that looks like that's made for a scale that I can't even fathom. So, well, I've come to solidly believe that anytime you put any sort of you break the link between teams, you take away any ability to collaborate because you have to do this and you have to do this, and when something goes wrong, there's a problem. You're going to get shouted at. Well, you're immediately going to pass the blame to the other team, right? So it's just all that is a document to say who needs to be blamed for what piece, and who can point fingers in which direction. So yeah. So this isn't laying out in the same way, right? So it's not being forced down. So this isn't doing anything, right? Horizontal options, fill and expand. Well, it depends on how large the group. And how are you breaking that up? Like, I really do believe in embedded DevOps. I believe in having those teams collaborate and I suppose actually, thinking about that, the way they term that, apart from it being just blah 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 blah, if this group is working together constantly, right? I mean, they call the Agile Release Train a long-lived team of Agile teams. If those teams are collaborating, then there's nothing wrong with that. But if they are independently responsible for deliverables and they're independently so if DevOps is a team in this list of Agile teams, and the development teams are teams in this list of Agile teams, if they are collaborative and they are working together and their backlogs are tied together and they're communicating all the time and whatnot, then I suppose that works. But I really, I mean, the most success I've seen is by having people like UI UX sat in the room with the development team, testers embedded within the development team, DevOps embedded, you know, working together to a common goal. And I obviously understand in this world right now, sitting together is not the same thing. But when everyone's focused on a mission and everyone's working together to achieve that goal, and not only just doing the work, but caring about the end result, focused on quality. I think if you asked if you're customer focused, yes, I am customer focused, but I'm focused on delivering my team the best that I can give them and giving them the best chance of success. Because if I give my team the best chance of success, then I give the customer the best product. The customer might not always be happy with that, but when they get a product and it's solid and it's reliable and it's exactly what they asked for because we took the time to make sure that we understood the requirements and we delivered the right software. I think that game pile throw part 2. What that is don't stack a bunch of games on the smallest possible game. They slide very quickly. Yeah, but I use solid not in the solid principles, right? I use solid in the terms of stable and yeah. Let's see if that made any difference whatsoever. No. I really wish live reload would work here because this would make this much easier to tinker with and uh, uh, tinker and tweak. Tweak is the word I'm looking for. Um, I'm not sure what to try because does the image? Yeah, the camera works. I gotta remember to point it somewhere when that's bugging me. Why does that do that? Take photo clicked. If file. Hold on. If really, we just this Visual Studio's giving up now. So Viable, are you still in the process of still figuring out really what you're doing within your organization as to how to lay them out, or are you just still continually evaluating whether you've got the right organization or you're trying to look for practices to follow? So I think the problem here is no matter what, when I hit take photo, even if I hit back, I'm not taking a photo. If file dot get 6 month review process has to be taken. Okay. So I mean, what metrics have you put in place to validate success or failure on what you've already done? Have you got any measurement as to so how do I know if I've taken a picture of that? So is take photo supported? Initialize. Null if cancelled. Okay. So if file not equal to null. Should have read the docs. I've got that used to them being garbage that I'm just kind of skipping them. That's not good. Okay. So I mean, if an organization is focused on, looking at Okay. I want to do Android development, but I'm also working on operating systems. Yeah. Honestly, I think Xamarin is, I mean, okay, you're seeing the worst of it right this second because I'm not sure what I'm meant to do here. I'm not sure what resource to look at. So that's leaving me a little bit stuck on this part. But in general, the Xamarin develop. Oh, again, it's scared me. Thank you for the follow. Chaso31913. Welcome. Um, if you've been lurking, you know what we're doing. But if you just joined us, then feel free to ask any questions. Currently working on a Xamarin application for tracking my game collection, and right this second working on why I can't position a button anywhere where I want it to go. But yeah, being a C# developer normally, working on the web side of things, Xamarin isn't that much of a departure that I can't, you know, I'm confident that my team would be able to handle this sort of development and figure out these sorts of problems. Hi, Alpha and Golf. Welcome. Hope you are well. Yeah, so now I should be able to try and take a picture, remembering to point the camera down, hit back, nothing should happen. There we go, I fixed a bug. Hey, I did something. Small wins. So what we're trying to figure out is why on the home page, if I show the back, right, this button goes down here. So I am working on an application to track my games collection. I have quite a large collection of well over 750 games, physical games. They're all in this room around me. So the idea is the app will allow me to scan a barcode, bring up a game, and register how many copies of a game I own, what state they're in. It will also, you can see at the bottom here, I've got an API that I use, price charting, which has a downloadable file of current prices of games, loose and complete, based upon Amazon and eBay current prices, and I can use that to. I'm probably around about the 1,000 game mark. Not a big collection by some standards. Nope. All these are, yeah. One day, I will, when I try and get the room in a better place overall, I need to build some more shelves. I will make sure that the backdrop of the stream is actually the game collection. And I'll share some pictures. I think I've shared some before, but none recently. I'm running out of space. So, yeah, the app will allow me to track the games. And what we're working on right now is, right now there should be an image of the game here. And I'm trying to move this button down here. The source code is all free. It's all available. Everything I work on the stream is put up in the TBD Friends repository. So if you want to tinker with this stuff, if you want to learn, you don't have to use a Xamarin app. You could just build so there's a server, and the server right now is set to, you have to authenticate with something. That's something we've looked into in the past. But overall, the structure of the code is there. So if you want to check things out, you can do. We've done a lot of this on stream over the last couple of months. And that's kind of the focus, to try and get it to the point where I can actually record all the games thoroughly, do everything I need to do, and then we're going to investigate things like machine learning and image recognition stuff. So being able to bring up a photo of the actual game and scan it. Yeah, this is, I think it's about 3 or 4 months worth of work overall. Streaming twice a week. I don't do a lot on it off stream, so, but I didn't use Xamarin properly before. I have no. Game development is something I've picked up here and there and tried and not really got into. Honestly, Xamarin has been smooth overall. You're seeing one of the worst parts right now is trying to learn how to lay this out. They do support a thing called Live Reload, which should allow me to tinker with this in more real time, but it's just not working right now for me. When we began this process, I evaluated Xamarin Forms, NativeScript, Flutter, React Native, Ionic framework for whether we wanted to what we wanted to do the mobile app in. And the idea was I'd build the API first and keep the API focused on tracking the data. And then if you wanted to, you could build your own version of the client to test against the API, just knowing what rules you'd put in there. And Junikus did do an early version before we got login and stuff working, but since then we've added Auth0, so the app will actually log me in, and that meant putting authentication on the server. So it's been quite an experience. But overall, Xamarin Forms I've enjoyed working with very much and felt very productive. So I mean, Flutter. So we evaluated based upon my general comfort level with the structure. Obviously, I was going to lean towards Xamarin Forms. I'm a C# developer; it's what I do. So Xamarin Forms was a clear leader. But also then the framework, how easy it was to build, etc. And I will say the Flutter resources were stunning. They were very clear. The demonstration application was very thorough, and I felt really productive. But at the end of the day, it was a mindset shift away from my normal world. So we felt that I felt personally it would be more productive for me to pick up Xamarin Forms, but Flutter is something I would definitely go back to. And investigate later on, and that might be something we do in the long term. Here is build a different version of this application on a different framework, just to compare apples to apples, right? Can we do certain things easily? But learning about mobile development isn't just learning about how to build a tool; it's learning about how to effectively build the tool, right? So, design discussions. What's the right place to put something, and how do you lay something out properly so it's easy, the ease of use is there. Is this this detail copies thing, is this the right way to do it, or is that a thing I've just done because it's simpler for me to understand? Flutter has a lot of resources and is gaining attention. It makes sense to build this in Xamarin though. Yes, and it felt alien, but Flutter definitely was a close competitor. The only other one that was as easy to get started with, and that the demonstration, the getting started app was simple to go through and felt clean, was NativeScript. So that felt familiar because I have done Angular development and TypeScript, so that doesn't feel alien either. And that felt pretty smooth. To get a NativeScript app was also nice. But again, we have native behavior here with Xamarin Forms, even though it's not, written natively. There's things that, I know that I will have done wrong. And earlier on in the stream, I was saying that I probably want to reach out to some of my teammates on the Live Coders team to ask if they'd be willing to come on the stream or evaluate this application and then come on the stream and maybe teach me a little bit about how to refactor some things and change some things around, for the benefit of everyone watching, to say, okay, could have done that better. It's that is not used for anything besides Flutter, so it can be difficult to justify learning it just for the framework, where in Xamarin you can use your existing. Productivity is a big measure. And this started because in my job, I lead a team, and I've been asked to consider mobile frameworks, and I wanted to evaluate each mobile framework enough to understand okay, here's my preference. Here's why. And yeah, let the team make a decision, but understand that I know something about it as well. So that's where this actually all started. So right now, the challenge is you have a button there that lays out down there, fine. But when I go in here, that button with similar layout code goes down there. So I think the problem is actually that something to do with this. I'm not sure what auto fit mode would do. Yeah, it's a floating action button. So the idea being that when we go into and I can't really show the screen as it should be right now, but actually I can because I've got the paint up, right? So the idea is this button will sit down here or to the left based upon the setup, and then I can put a delete icon underneath each image and I can remove the image. That's the current design. Good or bad, I don't know, but that's what this screen should look like, right? So you can see we're missing titles and everything right now, but because I've commented them out to see if I can get the layout right. But this button, I'm pointing at the screen again. This button is there. That's what I'm trying to get that down to. So learning more about how to just lay this out properly. So the problem is this doesn't have anything. The height, there's no height there. And then expand, right? That won't change. Apart from that, will crash right this second. Wait, it won't. Wait, talk. Okay. That's not doing anything. Let's see. Floating action button. Xamarin Forms. James Montemagno is, I suppose, the Xamarin Forms developer. Add the NuGet to your project, add the refactored.fab floating action button to your layout. The button should be placed. Fab size. Xamarin Forms integration. So he's got still send it over basics for encode to a WASM client and load into an assembly and some dynamic create instance and method call later. Ha! Nice. Congrats. Well done. Nice job. So fill and expand. He still has this, but you see here, this. Let's try. Let's see what happens. If I do the same code, so what I'm trying not to do is just pull in another library. If I do this, of course, copy and paste wouldn't work. This is all nice. So he has fill and expand, the absolute layout, and then we have the button, position proportional, absolute layout bands. So let's try. So we don't have to use the style, right? right? So these layout bounds right now are defined by the left-right stuff, right? But I can do that. Remove that, so it files. Need a bot. What? How did that? Okay, so let's. I stopped it running because I need to put everything else back in. Let's see how much of the other stuff comes back in without that button moving anywhere else. You trying to pump up those points? Viable? What are you trying to get? If you stream of your choice and drop drop PWD or whatever it is on me. DPWA. I can't offer it if I'm not willing to stand by it. There we go. Okay. So we're close. So this button here is that button there. Oh, that's because I've got that button there because I uncommented that at the same time. The Syncfusion carousel doesn't like reloading. So that's why that just completely failed. So the challenge there is my view model didn't have the thing on it that I thought it should have. Because it should have taken that position and actually converted it, right? Because that's what this should do. The fab position converter here should take whether it says left or right. And actually, I should probably do that to be clear. Actually, that. Default to the right. See. So what do you do? Just put that in your bring up the console and drop that in there, and then it does it for you. Is that how you guys are milking the system? Nice. Okay, so there we go. We kind of got it there. We're missing an icon. I'm not sure why, and this goes off the screen. But we should be able to take a photo. Yep. Go back. No crash. Yep. There we go. And so now I just need to figure out why that did not take. So in the game detail page, the game detail view model, game detail view model. Do you remember that part where I was so convinced that I had the property in the right thing? Am I going? Am I going crazy? That's the page. Game detail view model. No, it's there. No, it's not. There's the homepage version. Don't worry about it. I like the hanging out and chatting stuff. That's it's just as much of a contribution as being able to just say, "Oh, you're doing that wrong." Ah, oh, you won't find me doing much JavaScript. I'm clicking around randomly because I'm trying to put this right in my head. I've skipped a piece somewhere and thought I had it in place. So the home view model, right, has the scan button orientation, right, and that is what loads. Now I thought I copied that into the game detail view model. So let me do this. Scan configuration view model, home view model. I did copy it there, though, right? I did it not save? Did I? It's not there, right? There's not the game detail view model. I thought I'd pasted this in here, right? Blazor is the future. No, HTML is the future. Answer to all questions, Blazor. DXHTML. Okay, so I thought I'd pasted this part into the other screen. So that's why I was not questioning, did I miss the scan button orientation? Equals preferences dot get. So, but now I'm thinking I was crazy all along because, yeah, it's clearly not there, right? So now we should be able to go back here and copy this line back out. Copy. Go back to game detail. And now paste that in there again. And then we should be able to run JSF plus. Ugh. ASP. I'm going to claim I don't know what you're talking about. And yeah, I'm too young to remember. These technologies you speak of, they're way before my time, right? Okay, so there we go. The button's there. So I would have fixed that anyway by not having that code there because I just put a default on that thing to automatically position anything to the right hand side. But now we've got the button, and yeah, you can see my dirty keyboard. And I'm going buying an air can tomorrow. That's bugging me. No, pile. No. stack the heavy games on top of the CD case games. Not smart. It's similar to Raid. Okay. So what I was going to do then is, for anyone who's joined and hasn't seen the app, so basically the idea is I can scan a game, and when a game isn't already registered, I can say, okay, this is Star Wars Rebel Assault on the Sega CD. Register it. Oh, I actually own this game, but I don't own it. New, sealed, $59.99. Purchased. No, it wasn't that. It was more like that. Right. Detail. So you see, I own a CD copy, but now I can take a picture because I own a full boxed, sealed copy, brand new, 2020. Thank you, limited run. Okay. True. Good news is, though, I can say, yeah, new, sealed. I have 2 copies of that. One of them I didn't pay for. Okay. They shipped me one and it got lost in the mail, and then thank you USPS delivered it anyway after it had been reshipped. So yeah, it's not shoplifted. I would not steal it, but they'd written it off. So yeah. As far as they're concerned, it was lost in the mail. It was over 4 weeks sat with the USPS in a sorting center somewhere, and they finally delivered it. Yeah, no, I fell off the back of a lorry. I wouldn't steal a game. If they called me and said, "Can we have that game back?" I'd be like, "Yeah, happily." All you have to do is pay for the shipping. I'm paying for it to be sent back. Shouldn't use USPS. Okay, so now we've got the icon there. So I think that works okay. That's not too bad. We've got consistency between the front and the back, and this side and the side, right? So we know this icon will do something. So now we need to put a delete icon in there. What I should have done is not deleted this. I should have left the image in there that I had before. So we're going to have to bring up the code because I can't remember what I did. It's the game detail page. Game detail page XAML. Yeah. So his profile was lost in shipping, but it wasn't, so they cancelled the order and never charged us. We called them and they said keep it. Yeah, they often will, because once it's really lost in shipping, they don't know what state it'll get in. They write it off. So they've already said, okay, we lost this much, and it becomes taxable. If they take it back, they've got to. It still spends them. It still costs them, right? Spends them. It's not even a word. It still costs them. So once it's gone, it's written off. It doesn't matter. It's part of what they allow for. So yeah, I mean, I contacted them and said, look, this game says it was meant to be delivered today, but it wasn't. And they said, okay, keep an eye on it. And I said, okay, how long do I wait? And they went 3 weeks. And after 3 weeks and 2 days, I emailed them and said, I still don't have this game. And the replacement copy arrived the same day as the original copy arrived, another week and a half later. Yeah, so they'll have made the claim. It'll be written off. There's no point in trying to get it back because they've already made all the claims at that point. So whatever, it works. Okay, so I need to put this button. So this is the original button, the original photo button. I'm sure you're going to let me copy that, right? Can I edit in read only? I don't want to edit. I want this code. No, I want this code. Come on. Can't let me select it. It's got the new version of it though. I don't want the new version of it. Yeah, funny smell in the house. Okay. I am not taking a picture of that to be able to file view. That's the current view. Diff view. Line view. I literally cannot copy and paste that. Are you serious? That seems like a really simple thing to do. Like, I want this code. Kraken is not taking up very much Visual Studio. It's chewing through my memory. But I got plenty. Yep, that's a skunk. A skunk has died somewhere. I don't like that smell. I'd rather stick my head over an ABS printer. I'm not taking a picture of that and typing it off a picture. No. No. You can't do that to me. CDE C dev projects. CD game tracking. CD game intro. Xamarin. Git status. Git diff. Game trove. Game trove core. Views. Game detail page. XAML. There we go. That's what I want. To put the button back, that's just so horrible. If I could just copy and paste the code. Anyone watching this thinking, you could have made that really easy and by just doing X, please educate. So I'm going to put delete there. I'm going to take the clicked out for the second. No, it's still running. That was a mistake. It's going to error now. There you go. So I wonder if we put a grid in here. The middling of the button and the carousel is still bugging me, by the way. Change Windows sound theme. Okay, so you've been in the stream long enough to realize that I don't even play music. The reason being, I'm distracted by seeing chat. So the chances of me changing the sound theme out to distract myself even further, it's not likely. Okay, so there we go. So we've kind of got our design. This is what I'm going to go for. So we need to, when we hit this, we're going to pop up a dialog that says delete, yes, no, and then we'll send a delete. And we will have spent 2.5 hours getting a button on the screen. Please say faffing. Well, I started off the stream saying how Mike Jolly was one of the people that I called out earlier on as making me feel very unproductive when I stream or when I do anything really. I get in a rut and I stop watching dev streams because I feel like I can't hold to that standard. And then I'm watching Ball Bearded Builder's stream where he's putting video chat in web pages and still waffling about and but still managing to do all these things. And I've got a button on a screen with the same functionality I had 2.5 hours ago. So I know that with time and experience that will get faster. That's fine. This is not something I do day to day. So I'm not genuinely that upset over this. It's just, yes, we have 2 buttons, whereas previously we had 1 button. But I think that looks okay. And that's separate enough, even on the phone, that taking a photo and deleting a photo is distinct enough. So, okay. The good news is, based upon the patterns that I've laid out, the rest, once wiring this button is in place and I can figure out a confirmation, the rest isn't that difficult. Once we get the confirmation. I think we've done this somewhere else. Yes, we have. We do this somewhere else. We do this on the edit copy. No, on the game copies page. Because when we hit a delete, give 1 6 month 20 estimate. Yes, the timeline does expand, obviously. I agree. Feel the same. Some streamers are so noob they can't look at line 1, and some are able to code a whole class in Vim. But a lot of that's nerves as well. I think some streamers are not comfortable with the coding when they're streaming, and some people aren't. You know, some people are doing it to try and learn, to try and get people. You know, I'm always, questioning of people that stream and say, "Don't tell me what to do. Don't give me hints and stuff." Why are you putting what you do out there publicly if you're not willing to take a little bit of comment? I mean, luckily, in over a year of doing this, I've not taken any criticism that's not to me necessarily. I don't think I've ever taken any criticism. And everyone that's come in has been constructive, and I think that's what I found in general in the community. It's easy to look at someone else's code with, without that mentality and say, that's wrong. It's clearly wrong. Okay, so I did move this to a command in this version. Awesome. I did it the right way rather than putting a click event. Yeah, I do love pair programming. I love having, when well, with good internet connections, pairing is still possible. Teams has been a fantastic tool. We really enjoyed using that. I also use Join.me. I have a license for that, so I use Join.me. You can do screen control either direction. So pairing is not impossible. The screen sharing functionality in Teams has worked great. Well, it depends. I mean, I only have one screen, but yeah, one person sits and one person talks through the code. That's general pair programming. Ancient Coder, do people do what? They criticize people's coding? I have seen a few instances of people being a little bit too pushy and critical of people's practices. At the end of the day, everyone's entitled to an opinion. Whether you agree or not is. I know it does. Evening Coding Gorilla. How are you? Yeah, I mean, pair programming is best done when the person who has least knowledge is sat doing the typing and the person with the most knowledge is sat doing the directing, because it forces the person with the most knowledge to relay as much of that as possible. But it shouldn't become dictation. It should become a conversation. The developers need to be empowered to tell the other person to shut up a little bit, and interrupt them and question what they're asking them to do. They should not feel that it's dictation. Pair programming doesn't work well when you've got someone who just is going to do everything they're told to do, because the person doing the telling gets into the position where they think that they can't be wrong, and the person doing the doing gets into the position where they don't think they can do what they do. I've seen a few people not accept any help and say, "Let me work it out." Primarily, it's gamers that are like, no hints, no, don't tell me how to do the game. I actually, there's a guy the other day struggling with working out buttons on the game and saying that he should have read the manual, and I popped in, according to Google, it's these buttons, and he went, "Don't help me." I'm like, okay, bye. Unfollow. I'm like, shoot me down for trying to help you not struggle around in a game. Like, okay, like, really, you don't want even the basic of help? I mean, telling you the story, I can understand. That's kind of cruel. If you're trying to watch it play a game, but yeah. I mean, anybody who streams thinking they're doing it for productivity. Like, I'm productive, just not as productive as I could be if I was sat on my own. But in some ways, I'm more productive because I'm getting more feedback on what I'm doing, and that's what I search for. Right? I search for, if the people who normally come in here aren't in here on an evening, yeah, there's times when it's been kind of late. You guys haven't been around, and I'm like, I'm gonna shut the stream down because I'm just bored. It's not quite the same. I'm not streaming for the lurk. I'm streaming for the interaction as well. Okay, so we have this confirmation. Okay, so we have the confirmation service. Confirmation service is an iConfirmation service. So we do have this facility. So we're going to do this. We're going to do the same sort of thing. We're going to just copy it. So this is the game copies view model. And what we're going to do is go to the game detail view model, which I now know is this. And we're going to put in a delete image. We'll figure that part out in a second. Are you sure you would like to delete this image? Let's comment that out a second, and let's get the confirmation service in there. I like my streams, but sometimes I wonder how much I would be able to get done with more interaction. I mean, one second. One second. Sorry about that. That was, can I have more time? Um, Stream keys freezing. I'm sorry. Um, I mean, your streams with Tranhorn, you have a good solid plan and you have focus on what you're doing. It's pretty hard to relay to anybody jumping straight in. Um, but you're kind of streaming your project that you're working in. You know, I mean, I know I'm doing that now, but you know, there's a lot of people with the context of the beginning of this as well. So I mean, that's up to you how you do that, right? But it's hard to relay. I mean, you've had a few people that come in and know what they're looking at as well, if I understood it correctly, and that's how you found the people that have shared that stuff. So you benefited from that as well, right? Hire a dev off Fiverr. I think it's more my development that might be the more entertaining part. Um, no, we're not. I will show you in a second. Do you know what the answer was? I fail at copy and paste. um, okay, so we just need to get the confirmation service in there, so we can get that in there. So this is using dependency injection to inject the confirmation service so that the actual view model doesn't actually need to know how it does what it does. It just does the confirmation. MS Flight Sim. I really want to download that. I'm just worried about the time. Um, what's a strong spotlight? Um, yeah, I've got my pedals and my I got Thrustmaster set up. I'm like, I really want to tinker with the with the flying. Um, so what was the conversation? Two salty clowns around copy and paste as a dev. Only 110 gig. I have to clean games up off the machine or get bigger hard drives. So for some reason, I've got a lot of machines, but I chose for some silly reason to put small amounts of storage in everything I own. It seems I was probably going for faster storage and keeping it lower cost. So let's delete image. So we need a command now. Yeah. So now our command is going to be the delete image command. So we're gonna. I don't know why I'm even talking about copy and paste here. Um, and I think what we need to do is consider here delete copy is okay. So it's a generic that okay, it's that okay. So this is going to take the copy model. Moore's law, 1, 2, and 4. Lauren mentioned how nurses would just copy paste notes from the previous nurse for the next nurse instead of writing their own. Then I was talking about how copy paste can really screw you over, especially if only a copy of specific things sometimes. Yeah. In my specific case, in all fairness, I was copying the code that I needed somewhere else. I knew I needed it exactly as it is so that I could rename them all later. But I seem to have lost the ability to copy and paste effectively with this keyboard. So when I think I've pasted something, I haven't. And the problem with the button was actually I was missing a line from the view model here, which set the position of the button. So yeah. But it's funny you say that. In the application I build, the users of that system copy and paste emails into notes fields in their entirety, headers and all. So yeah, copy and paste bad. I don't. I'm a Control C, Control V. Um, I didn't work with the command line much back in the day. Okay, so we need to do this, right? So we need to so right now that works in game copies. Oh, that's what I needed to do. So delete image needs to take the ID of the image we're on. This is going to be the challenge. So in the game detail main page, no, game detail page, we have the button, obviously. I think this button actually needs to move to there, because that will give me context of the button the image I'm on. Yeah, I didn't think it worked that way. If in doubt, whack a stack layout around it. Best example I have, I was working on adding features to an app, and it turns out that an original variable was misspelled. Well, I decided to just spell it out myself and spelled it correctly. Ended up uncovering a large bug that prevented something else from running, which no one ever noticed. Even the tests were written in a way that didn't catch the error, since the original dev copied and pasted the variable into the test suite as well. Yeah, I've often been called out, I suppose is the right word, for refusing to copy and paste at times. I mean, I copy and paste a bit more now, but I do try and make my uses of it controlled, I suppose. Yeah, I don't mind typing. I don't think I'm saving myself any time. Okay, so I'm trying to think of chicken and egg here. Wow. We were talking the other day about spamming the chat with the Streamlabs comments. Yeah, they're garbage. They're meant to offset food. I always tried to copy paste variables. I never tried to copy paste example code. Chicken and egg. Yeah. Do I build out the command first, or do I figure out where the ID is coming from? Yeah. But with modern IDEs, though, if you type the variable in, then it'll tell you if it's wrong and if it doesn't match, and then yeah, 5 messages, 15 minutes, and 2 hours later, and 100 messages finally plus. Yeah, this is set to something like 30 minutes or 40 minutes and 20 messages in chat, and the other one is like 10 messages or something and 20 minutes, and they appear in chunks together. Oh well, it is what it is. Yeah. Yes. Well, I used to work in a text-based IDE. Well, no, I used to work in BASIC in text, so I got very good at typing. There was no rename in that. Spell a variable wrong, deal with it. Charge credit cards twice. Okay, so what I need to do is build that delete image command. So delete image command is equal to new command, and I think that might be a GUID. Let's hope we can get that. We'll figure it out. Async await delete image, and that needs to be ID. That needs to be a GUID ID, and then we'll figure out that delete in a second. So now we go back to the page. We're going to go back to game copies first because we need to know. I got good at Git typing, but that's from gaming pre voice chat. Actually, my typing, I taught myself how to touch type because when I went to college, there was this guy that was in the class, and we went into the Microsoft Word class, and he sits there and just flows at the keyboard. I'm like, what? Where did you learn to type? He's like, I taught myself. Just did it. I'm like, okay, I've got to see. I've got to do this. And over the next couple of months, I tried to catch up with him. Never caught up to him, but I did teach myself how to touch type through just perseverance and lots of errors. Okay, so we need to. So the command has a binding. Yeah. Mavis Beacon. Nope, never use an app. Mavis Beacon's looking good for age. Yeah. My friend, his dad's been a software dev for 35 years or more, and he I did computers in I did IT in school, but didn't learn how to type. So yes, I was actually amazed because when I got the DAS keyboard, um, that Junicus was mentioning earlier on, a keyboard with no letters on it. I thought that'd be a challenge, and it wasn't. It was way easier than I thought it would be to have no letters at all. Nice. Yeah, I did computers when it was extracurricular in the UK. You had to stay behind after school for it. Okay, so we need these two things, right? We're going to take these, and I'm only pasting them in for reference because they'll be changed. Okay, so I should be within context of a data item of the carousel, right? So we know that URL is there, and URL is on the image source. So if we have more than just URL on the images list, we should be okay. Yeah, I've never been over 100 words a minute because I'm too inaccurate. I can burst to maybe 70 or 80 words a minute, but that's about my limit. Well, programming shouldn't be about speed either. All right. You shouldn't be able to, just because you can write code fast doesn't mean you can write code well. So I've never needed to be that fast. That's not a backhanded criticism, by the way. That was more just an observation of people that feel that oh, I've worked with plenty of devs that can type really fast. Great. Very few of them can think that fast. So what I'm looking for here is the images. So I have the game detail. Game detail view model has a list of images, right? So load images command will actually load the images and we'll load up the game image, and we don't have the IDs, so we need the ID on this image. Yeah, yeah. I often find those people are also the angriest in the office as well. Like, when things don't go right, they're the most flamboyant. No, not flamboyant. Expressive. 10 fast fingers good for practicing touch typing. Dear. Okay, so this is going to be the delete image command, right? And the source is going to be. Oh, okay. So the problem we're going to have here is that this command needs reference to its parent to get this command, because Now we're nested within inside of the statlet within this template. We're nested within it, so now everything's relative to it, right? So here, binding, I want to be ID, right? Because I've just said that an image will have, so the images command, load images, game image, right? Do I have ID? Nope, because it's just a list of URLs. So get images for game action is actually the API call, right? So what this does is returns a list of enumerables. Nice. I need more than that. So I've got two options. I either go and change the API to return a list of IDs and images so that, you know, we can talk about a specific image. I wouldn't have picked up on that then. So we can either modify the API to return the ID and the image, which is probably the better thing to do here, or we can just use the URL and delete based upon a URL, or pull the ID off the URL to get the image out, right? I'm pulling faces because I don't like saying it, but what I'm trying to explain is there are justifications developers will make when coming up against this sort of problem. If the API isn't my API, right? If I'm not in control of that API, what do I do? That's a hard choice, right? Because if I'm not in control of the API, I can't just turn around and say, okay, well, I want the GUID back. Thank you for the follow, Hassan Carl 2009. It's still really loud in my ears. I've got to figure out how to turn that one down. So if I wasn't in control of the API here, I'm going to make a terrible choice, right? I'm going to basically I'm going to strip the URL. If I'm given the ID, no, because I have to be in control of the URL, the API, because the API developers are going to say, okay, you have delete, you're going to give us an ID. I'm then going to turn around to them and say, then you need to return the ID, right? If that conversation, assuming two teams, right? Again, in the world of collaboration, this is very fluid. They might say, well, I'm going to return the ID. Just to be clear, I'm going to change the API to return the ID. I'm just trying to explain that this is the point at which you have some good decisions and some terrible decisions, right? If they've just implemented, if I have worked with people that have just created the endpoint for delete image and walked away, right? I said, nope, that's it. There you go. We've got a delete endpoint. And then I come up against this. I'm like, well, will you change the API for the images to return me a list of ID and image? And they might not want to do it for whatever reason. Another service might rely upon it, and it might mean changing that other service, right? It might not be as simple as just say, change the API, right? You know, it's the sort of URL that, okay, it might not be, create another version of it. So you're very welcome, Hassan. Thank you very much for saying so. Appreciate you being here and the follow. So yeah, so we've got to change the API. We are going to change the API because there's no dependencies upon this at all. But yeah, we do have a Discord as well, and any of the code that I do on the stream is available in GitHub. So feel free to check it out and Yeah, I will look. So yeah, I'm going to change the API, but um, yeah, no music in my stream. I just chat. I find the quietness helps me. Um, you see, I just got distracted by myself there. So yeah, there might be some explanation as to why that API can't change. So you're going to make a terrible decision. Yeah. In this case, I'm going to. I think we have an images controller and we have the ability to get an image. We're going to delete an image as well. Yeah, I tried listening to music early on when I began streaming. I found that it was too distracting, um, and I couldn't focus on talking. So yeah. So right now we have get image. So if we have an ID, we get it. Hold on, I'm getting image by ID. How am I not having? How do I not have the images here? Yes. I actually do have AC on right now. It just went off. It's just I have better compression software there, better software to block out the sound so you don't hear it, or hopefully you don't hear it. Yes, this is RTX voice. I may try Crisp later on a different stream just to see if they compare. I use Crisp for talking to work on a different microphone, but I want to know because RTX isn't technically supported on the Titan. Yeah. Yes. A thunderstorm. Do not have a thunderstorm. So hold on. Why is that? So get image. Yeah. Yes. I have moved so that I can block that out. So upload image for game action. Get images for game action. Oh, because turn round. Get images gets that. Upload image for game action. That's an unused API endpoint. No, it can't be. Of course, it's a route. I'm returning the full URL. I'm being silly. The I return a full URL down to the client. I'm going through that list. I have the ID in the URL. I'm not passing that URL individually at any point. So I just need to modify the API. So in the game controller right now, we get the images. So this is for the game, get the images. And this returns get image identifiers for game. And I build the URL out. All right. So I can modify this. So this has always returned the IDs. It's just I manipulated it to return URLs. So the mobile app can turn around and just request a URL. Hey, Miss Cocodup. Miss Cocodup. How are you? I kind of merged all that together. Miss Cocodup is a fellow streamer. Learning about JavaScript, right? How's things? So we need to modify this to be a result. So I'm going to return this. This is technically a view model. I don't really have that concept in this right now. Yeah, copy view model. Where's copy view model? Copy view model is in the application. Yeah, view models here. I'm going to keep the view model pattern going. Okay, so the project is has been for several months on this stream. I'm working on building an application to track my ever-growing games collection. Nice. So there's the server side and there's a mobile client that we're building. The idea being that I can scan a game, and I'll be able to show it in a minute. I can scan a game and I can record how many copies of the game I have. It's part of a larger set of projects that I want to work on around this ecosystem, but this is an app to help me primarily keep track of the games collection, which I can then also submit to my insurance company to get it all insured properly, but also then do more things with a large data set. There's north of 750 games, all physical games, all in this room that I'm sat in right now. It's by no means a giant games collection, but it is large. I also have all the consoles to go with those things. So ultimately, we'll be doing things like machine learning and image recognition on that data set, and expanding upon this world in general. So there's something to continually work with. Oh, you're on a JavaScript comment? No. So this is written in C#. So this is a .NET Web API, and the client is a Xamarin Forms app, which is also C#. Okay, so we got a GUID and URL. So we need to modify this to return the right thing. So the game controller will now return, instead of string, it will return an image view model. Okay. And we're going to do new image view model. That's going to be URL. And ID equals X. Return. And that's going to be images. Result. Some people don't like that, but I kind of like it. So, yeah. So now our API will return the right thing. So we need to modify the client side. So now the client side, get images for game action, is going to return more than a string here. So now we need a model. We're going to have image model, we'll call it for right this second. Technically wrong, but whatever. That's going to have port string URL. So if anybody has any questions, any thoughts or opinions on what they're seeing, please feel free to share. I do not mind stopping and going back over things if it helps you. This is an interactive stream, not a this app is not changing my future. So okay, so the results is going to be an INE reward game model. Okay, so the challenge here is I tack on what size the mobile app is going to ask for, right? I'm going to move that out of there for right this second. So I want the mobile app to know, so they'd have a shared understanding. I want the mobile app to know what size it's requesting, because obviously if I change the way the mobile app works, I don't want to have to make the server know, oh, well, I don't want to give the server a reason to change if my mobile app changes what it wants to see at any given point. So you source that, yeah, the source images stuff. But I don't have that concept here necessarily. So this now returns that. That's going to break the view model over here. Right. Another win for JS. Well, each to their own. Right. So over here now, the images are going to be broken because now this isn't just image. This is .url. And ID equals image.id. Right. Did I just change that to be the wrong model? Yeah, I did. Image model. Like, why is that broken? I changed everything to be a game model. So what I can do here is I can tack on size equals medium onto this part. We can make that more configurable later. We can change where that's configured, but yeah, we'll put that there for now, so that this view model is also asking for medium. That means if we have a list of images elsewhere, we wanted to show the gallery now. So if we actually wanted to show a full page gallery of the game covers, we could do that and build a separate control using the same list of images, and still get the right size when we actually requested the image. But this isn't downloading the image. This is just downloading the URL for the image. So now we have an ID, right? When we go back over to the page, now we should have ID. And now we have to tackle this problem, right? So ID and URL are now on that image object, that image class that's passed as part of this item source. So now I need to figure out this. So reference here. So in the game copies, we were referencing the copies list, and copies list was here. So we're referencing the name of the page. So on game detail, we need to have a name. This is the game details page. That's the sort of thing that I would probably discuss naming conventions with and make sure it's the standard, to try and make sure that I don't have any confusion as to what that's called next time. That's the sort of variable you could lose, sort of naming convention you could lose track of. And I could call it game details page. You could go to a different page and call it like invite token. But I'm just giving it the reference to the overall page so that I have the command available to me for delete image. So now I'm binding ID on my command parameter. So on game detail view model, I've set this up, I hope, to do the right thing. So delete image command will pass forward the ID. So now we have ID. So let's just run the app. Let's verify that that's at least working, and then we'll verify the other stuff. I was meant to be getting coffee about 20 minutes ago, but when someone got time on her phone, she conveniently forgot about the coffee part. Let's see if anybody's watching the stream that might be able to remedy that. Yeah, I'll fit a speaker in the other room, and Fritz is, hey, listen. Like, hey, coffee. Okay. The child who got time on her phone and conveniently forgot about the coffee part. Okay. So this is the actual application. We're going to click into a game in a second. But basically, the idea is that I see a full list of the games. I can search games. I can scan barcodes of games, bring up details, etc. So if I click in here and I see images, that's progress. Oh, so we still have the images working, right? So we've changed the API. We're now returning IDs and URLs. Our image still works. When we hit delete, we'll try and find one that is broken. We should get a confirmation dialog. Would you like to delete this image? I didn't. None of the images I've taken this evening have corrupted. I actually think it might be something to do with interacting with the phone once the image is uploading. So we're gonna have to learn how to put the right delays and stuff on the page to make sure that I'm showing the loading screen and I can't interact with buttons or anything while I'm waiting. Because if I leave the phone alone when I take the image, I've not had an issue yet. Yeah, I'd like to see unit tests for that as well. So any Xamarin Forms experts out there, please just hit me up. Okay, so Grand Theft Auto is actually Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. That's fine. Okay, so if we go to Vice City, that's what we're going here. We're going to hit delete, and then we're going to hit yes. So now we need to implement the actual delete. So after a 3-hour, 20-minute stream, we are actually getting to the story, the goal of the story. So we've picked up pace in the last 40 minutes, which is good. Well, part of what we'll learn is more resilience on this, right? That's the goal, is to understand the failings, understand how the app should do things. Like I said, that's why I want to try and find one of my teammates that may be willing to come into the stream maybe one evening and go through or review the app and go through it and maybe give some pointers and some criticisms and some constructive feedback. Okay, so now let's implement delete. So the good news is we're going to write a unit test, because I can't do something like delete without a unit test. So yeah, obviously, you know, if I reach out to someone, I want that to be constructive. I want to make sure that they understand that this is an application for learning. This is an application for growth. I've not done it before, so yeah. Okay, so when deleting an image, so I'm going to leave it like this for right this second because I don't know if there's more than one test. Most of these have other tests. I'm not going to go with the and image exists, image doesn't exist. There can only be there's an image and I'm going to delete it. So this would be what's the case here? I'm going to call delete image. I expect it to remove the platform game image, and I also expect it to call to remove an image from storage. So we've got a few handlers to implement here to do this properly. The Azure part of this, I do not want to try mocking up. I don't want to merge in the concept of doing integration tests with my unit tests. So I'm not going to unit test the Azure component of this part. I'm going to write the Azure component, but I'm not going to unit test that component. So platform game image is deleted. So that's the actual expected behavior. So private delete, and it's an outright delete. It's not a disable or remove or disassociate. It's an actual delete. Delete image handler is our subject. So create that. And let's see. Because I write my unit test differently on stream than maybe I do when I'm at work. I want to make sure that I'm consistent in the standards. So this in-memory context is an actual entity framework core class that I was resistant to use, but it's practical. This allows me to create an in-memory database for the run of this test, and it will dispose of itself afterwards. So we need a constructor, and that's the pattern I'm going with, right? So we're going to do private void arrange, private void act. So we're going to do arrange, then act, and then our assertion is here, right? So right now we just need to verify that when we're given an ID, the ID exists is going to be implied. I'm not testing for that we definitely deleted what was there. So in our arrange, I'm going to do context dot platform game images dot add new game image. The ID will be our ID to delete, right? New grid. Oh no, grid dot pass. And our game ID will be grid.newgrid. Doesn't matter what the game ID is. File name equals file name. 1 second. Whoops. Okay. File name, I received coffee, but it was because yes. Is cover art, doesn't matter, and game ID. Okay. So as I've learned, I have to save it, otherwise that resets. Our act will actually be handling subject.handle new delete image, and that's the command that we're going to send. And the ID will be our ID to delete. So now I'm not going to do all this inside of here because I need to do the iRequest stuff. Actually, no, mediators are in here, so it doesn't really matter if I do this. So public class delete image is an iRequest. We're not going to return anything right now. We don't know. No, coffee. I can drink that coffee and then go upstairs and fall fast asleep. It won't bother me. I'll be very upset the day that coffee starts to upset my sleep. Public GUID ID, right? And this is an iRequest handler of delete image. We can implement those because mediator is included in the test library. This is safe to do. I wouldn't normally do this because obviously then I'll leave like trails of dependencies lying around. I just gotta make sure I clean up. Okay, so let me resharp ago on that one. Subject dot handle get away to get result. It probably wants cancellation token. Yeah. We're doing some. What do you mean? We're doing some sort of weird unit testing. So handle.tests, this now goes to application / commands / handlers. Yep. Okay. Well, in my world, all TDD is weird. Yep. So that was a bit redundant. I was trying to figure out what you intend. Okay. So what I'm trying to test is actually, sorry, that was a quest for time, confusing me. So let me move these to the actual places. Application slash commands slash commands. Yep. Always more time. So the subject here is the delete image handler. So what I'm verifying, yes, that is true. Reserves piece. So I'm verifying that when I've got an image in there, this will delete it. So basically, I'm going to test that the image is gone. Partially why I don't like using the in-memory context is because I'm reliant upon that behavior. Subject. So system under test or subject. I screwed that up really by not paying attention to what I was doing, but yeah. That needs to go there. So that's in the arrange. It goes new, delete image handler. I'm doing TDD. This does not exist. I'm building it out as I need it. I'm only testing what I need to test. So I'm trying to stay as pure as possible. Yeah, none of this exists. I'm building it up without touching it. No, without actually implementing the code yet. So when we call handle, again, we're not using mediator, we're not wrapping anything here, we're just calling direct handle on that class. And what we're going to verify is that context dot platform images dot single or default, where the ID, where PGI dot ID equals ID to delete dot should be null. Right? If that's null, then this got deleted. That's fine. Right? This should fail because this doesn't do anything. Right? It should build. And it'll be my first red because the code does compile. It just isn't going to do what it should do. If it's green when you do this, you've screwed up somewhere. And it should fail for the reason you expect, not implemented. Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to go to my delete image handler and I need to delete that image. All right, so I need a constructor here now and I need a game tracker context. There's no benefit in just trying to fake this or whatever. I really just need to do that. So var image equals context dot platform game images dot single PGI dot ID equals request ID, then context dot PGI dot delete dot remove image, and then context dot save changes. Return unit dot tasks. So some people at this point would be willing, or this would bug people, right? Because it'd be like, well, what if the image doesn't exist? We need to check if it doesn't exist. We don't want the application falling over if it doesn't exist. You can't remove it if it's broken. This is going to explode. Yes, that it's a bit cavalier to assume to not check those sorts of things because in reality systems happen, users happen, changes don't go the way you expect. But when the system is behaving as it should do, when the system is behaving as it was designed, there's no way that image has gone away, right? What's an integration test? Oh yeah, because I'm testing context. Yes, I agree. And that's kind of why I don't like the in-memory context, but I realize the use of it because I'd have to mock that up and mocking my data context. So if I abstracted this out further and used repositories in some way, shape, or form, then I could test this without using entity framework at all. But I'm being a little bit more practical this. So that it is kind of an integration test because entity framework has to be involved in this. And dependent upon their implementation and working the way I expect it to work as well, which is not something I'm totally happy with. But this is as pure as I can get without being without trying to abstract that even further away and spending more time on those pieces. Sorry for being off topic, but I understand. No, there's no such thing. You're good. But if I understand correctly, you're using clean architecture solution, Mediator, and CQRS. Am I right? I am using Mediator and CQRS. I am not using clean architecture because we've barely looked at that on stream and I've not really looked at it. This is something I've done for quite a while on my own. Yeah. But yes, you are. It's the same sort of style. Yeah. Mediator. So a controller in this case is sending a command through. Actually, all things, commands and queries, both go through Mediator in this. They're just broken out at the application layer here. So commands and query are both commands as such. They're both handled in the same way. Queries just return data, whereas commands will rarely return data. But yeah. Yeah, I suppose it is. It's my version of clean architecture. No, you're welcome. We actually did go through one stream where we wrote our own version of Mediator as well, and that is in the TBD Friends repository. We actually built it from scratch without. I don't think we referenced Mediator, but we came up with something very similar to Mediator in a stream just to learn. Because I've done that in the past. That's actually how I came across Mediator, is because I was using my version on stream and someone mentioned Mediator. So yeah. Okay. Why don't we need ID there? Okay. So yes, to Coding Gorilla's point, this is kind of an integration test because I'm requiring entity framework. This is a common practice now to use this in memory context. I'm not completely isolated. My code is not a pure unit, and I don't like that either. But I can't mock entity framework. Under what circumstances could this unit test ever fail? If I don't do right, so you could argue that it's a simplistic unit test and it's not really adding value. I think that should fail. So if I skip that for whatever reason, if something avoided actually deleting the image or it failed in the wrong way, the test would fail. If someone refactored it to move the save changes and moved it out of the way, it would fail. There's going to be more here. I'm going to build on this in a second. This needs to do a bit more, but it could fail. Not likely, but it could. And coming back around on this, right? Some people would do this. Typing is hard. right? Some people would be defensive here. So this is I think it is referred to as defensive coding. I term it defensive coding. You're being pessimistic, right? If the system's functioning as it should, that should never happen. So this can never happen. And the image is the only thing you're deleting. And I prefer to go that path until proven otherwise, especially when you're able to get the app tested. That finds problems quicker than hiding it, right? You don't want to be chasing down, why is this image still there? Or why am I seeing this? That would be me. I'm all for those not error scenarios with checking explicitly. Allows me to craft error codes, and throwing of errors is very expensive in a game. So, yeah. I understand why you do it. It's not a criticism. It's more of a, if we're developing an application like this, then I'm going to prefer to see pure, I believe this is the truth. Coding rule, yeah. Unless you and I are both looking at the broken image on our phone and we both hit delete. Yeah, if I'm sharing this with my wife and we both hit delete on the same image at roughly the same time, it could fail then, and that's fine. But I also believe that in a good testing environment, that's tested as well and verified that it actually happens. And I'm not being naive. That happens. The dual delete path, this would fail. This type of service, I would like to see a 500 with stat trace. Yeah. It's not deleting the game, just deleting the images. But yeah. It's true. I got 3 new games last week. All those tabs. Okay. So we have the handler. We have when deleting an image, allowing 500 with stat traces is not only about practice, but it can be dangerous. Okay, Junicus, thank you for hanging out. Okay, take care. See you soon. It's all no, I didn't. I thought you were in the living room. I think it all comes down to what you're designing and what you're designing it for. If it's internal and early on, it might be useful to have those stat traces, right? But I think exception handling and error handling in general is something that you should pay as much attention to as you do the code design. It should be treated as code design and not a, oh crap, things failed, right? In this case, I don't want to be defensive. I want to be, straight up, this is what I'm doing. And then later on, verify that with a further test if I really feel that it's necessary. There's, when it comes to the database, we have code in production that actually breaks constraints in the database. Right. The only way of actually preventing it is actually to put locks around things. And I've spent, I basically tried to create as many threads and tasks as I could to spool up and try and hit this endpoint with hundreds of thousands of requests to try to make sure it doesn't conflict, when the actual application is only dealing with 5 or 6 requests of the same thing. But basically it could conflict and error out the application. But that's what I believe good testers do for you as well. And putting the code the way I did it there, those things will come out quickly, right? But this would explode. The database wouldn't get harmed. This would just explode. The request would fail. The user would see the image still on the client. Nothing would really be vitally broken. The bug would be, I hit delete and nothing happened. Right? That would be the bug report here. So yeah. Okay, so there's one other thing I need to do, and that is remove it from the storage. And this is where the testing is going to break a little bit. I'm going to write the command and the handler for removing from storage, but I'm going to then proceed and just write the code and just leave this test standing where it stands. What I want to verify is that private iMediator mock of iMediator mediator. Just do it. I learned the other day on Silicon Orchid stream that if I put strict there, if I'm missing any implementations, any setups, mediator fails. Mock fails. I didn't know that one. Default strict and loose. Will never throw exceptions, returning default values when necessary. Default mock behavior, which equals loose. So, yeah. I never set up mock with strict, but yeah, I was impressed. I learned something there. I do that too. Use strict mocks. They actually discourage it as a bad practice. Well, I think I can see where it would be a better practice, because then it doesn't swallow things. The challenge is if you don't want it to touch something, then you've got to mock it in some way, shape, or form. And when you're writing unit tests, you kind of want to keep those unit tests down to a here's what they, here's what I need, not everything needs to be configured and set up. But I kind of can see the benefit in having the strict there. Make sure you can't miss anything or swallow a problem. So it is something I'm going to try practicing and see what happens. But not right this second, because, yeah. So our next fact is going to be that we command to remove from storage is issued. So here I'm going to verify that m dot send it is remove image from storage. Right, trying to be as clear as I can about what this is doing. Again, and this is going to have public GUID game ID and public GUID image ID. G goes to G dot M goes to M dot game ID equals, and now I need to move our grid here to be an actual game ID. If I read only GUID game ID grid.parse parse GUID game ID, and now we can use game ID there. And m dot image ID equals ID to delete. Right. Times dot once. Verify. Oh, that's command. Let's just do C to be too wordy there. Verifies that specific ambiguous. What am I missing? Oh, I'm missing that part. Times dot once. No, really? Optional arguments. There's no optional arguments. It is that command. Oh, I know why. Because that should be cancellation token none. The async method requires the none, and it's optional normally, but you cannot verify that was done. So I'm going to verify that this command was sent once. Now the challenge of testing this is to make sure that this probably needs to return something, right? And I'm quite over time for this evening. I just want to get this to a good point if everyone's okay. So this is an I request, but I think this should return that it did what it should have done, right? It doesn't really hurt us if the images are left behind. It's just orphaned images take up space. If the images can't be deleted, or all the images can't be deleted, should that impact whether I remove the record? Because ultimately, I achieve, like when we insert the image, we don't insert the record into the database until we've saved the images. Because if we haven't saved the images, the record shouldn't exist. But on the flip side, when we're removing the images, if the images couldn't be removed for whatever reason, should we avoid removing that record and thus showing the users, if we remove 2 out of 3 images and the third one doesn't remove, is that a failure? I mean, it's a failure, but should that represent to the user as a failure? I don't know. So I'm not going to do that right now. I'm always going to assume that it succeeded for whatever reason. And what this is going to have to actually do is figure out whether it's removing from Azure or local storage right now. Although at this point, I probably should just switch it over to Azure, but I haven't figured out the testing plan for, rather how to move to the what's it called? The emulated storage. So I think the right way to do this is for the images to, if they don't remove for whatever reason, the record should still remove, because then the user won't see the images. The worst that would happen is I'm wasting a few 100K of image space in my storage, and later on I could write something to verify that. But that comes down to the logging and configuration of metrics around what happens when I call this. So we're going to move this to another file. Now we're going to move this to a folder. Yeah, the game can the game can exist without images, but the records shouldn't be there. So I should always remove the records. So really, this determines whether I should hold up deleting the record if an image doesn't succeed. An image delete doesn't succeed, and I don't think at this point I should. Right. So, yeah. So what we're going to do now is we need to implement this, because obviously we're going to have a failing test. We should run it and make sure we have failing tests. So when deleting an image, command to remove from storage is issued. It wasn't issued, quite rightly, because we didn't do it. We now need an iMediator in here. So iMediator. Okay. Nope. And then we're going to do mediator.send new remove image from storage. And obviously there's more than one image stored as well. So game ID equals image.gameID, and image ID equals request.id. Wait. Async cancellation token. Don't need that anymore. It's fine. No, we do need that. We need unit.value. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna call that. So now our test should pass, is what we're expecting. If it doesn't, then I've got another problem. But yeah. Oh, there we go. So I'm missing mediator. Because this is the mock, it's mediator.object. It's not a real mediator. And we should verify that that was called once on it without actually sending a command. There we go. Okay, so one thing I should have done before is I should run all unit tests. Everything passes, we got 75 tests passing. Okay. So this concludes the TDD component of that, because from here on in, I'm working with directory structures, I'm working with Azure. I don't know how to mock them effectively at this point without abstracting some form of file service or, you know, something more complicated than just doing the thing. So we obviously have a command for remove image from storage, right? We also have attach image to game, right? Which is a command of its own. Attach image to game, right? Works like this, right? We check to see if the image path exists, right? And create it if not, for local, which is actually now not how we should be doing this. We should be doing it this way. Again, this isn't unit tested, so that's a bit risky, but we'll see. We get our game image, and if it's local, we're going to check, and then we're going to write it all out using that name and that whatever. Right now, this breaks the application. So if I'm not using Azure right this second, I break the application because I'm not, I don't think, allowing for get local file contents, get image size. Oh no, I do. I allow for it. So this one resizes the image on the fly. The other one expects the size to be there, right? So, yeah, I'm not downloading the big image down to the application and then resizing it when it's in Azure. I'm doing it when I upload it, so it's fine. Okay, so what we need to do here is we need to do this in reverse, basically, right? So I'm literally going to copy this out, right? And then we're going to do remove image handler. Did I call it remove image handler? Did I call it remove image? Remove image from storage. Yeah. That's the sort of thing you want to talk to your team about and decide on consistency there, because that's a little bit different than my other patterns, right? This is an iRequest handler, and this is a remove image from storage, right? I'm basically going to do something like this. And again, if you feel that what I'm looking at here is unit testable and how you would do it, I'd be interested in the opinions. I'm not a big fan of abstracting out file service stuff. I can see where it benefits. But it's an integration test if I actually start tinkering with saving images to disk or saving images to Azure and removing them. And that's not a test I want to be getting into at this second. So remove image from storage. So kind of got some consistency going on here. Basically, this has this image settings. Image settings is stored inside the app settings, and that just determines the directory and stuff. And I think I also store the name of the Azure container and stuff in there as well for images. So we need image settings. at the very least. So we now have that. We will have. I'm going to do that. We have that and that, and that. Return unit.task. Okay. Well, that's not necessary because we know the we know the image exists. And here we only have one image. We only have the original image. So we only need to do file if file exists. I am going to be defensive here. Because again, in that event where no, I'm being a bit hypocritical there. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. So file.delete request.gameid underscore request request.imageid JPEG. Right? If it's going to fail, it's going to actually fail. So if I check it or not, then the entire thing should fail. Because even afterwards, if we fix the bug that says okay, or we fix the bug if they identify it, that the image is going to be deleted from two places at once, and they collide, and we can't delete the records because the records don't exist, this will fail shortly after on the second test because it will be missing that as well. And the developer should find that one long before any tester should find it. But if I'm committing to the whole path of I'm not going to be defensive, then I'm going to do the file.delete there. And this one is going to be a further command. I don't want to do all this logic in here with Azure, etc. This is the point at which it will split and decide this is an action I'm comfortable doing in one place. This will go off and do more. So remove images from Azure storage. I'm not hiding the fact that it's that actually belongs there. Factor. I'm not hiding the fact that it's Azure. I don't really need to worry too much about that. So this will have, it's the same message again. Game ID, public grid, image ID. And now I'm a little bit in the, I don't know how I'm going to do this part. I'm going to do await mediator, so I put async there. Await. Remove images from Azure storage. Actually, it's very close. Don't know what I managed to do there. Game ID equals add request or it's image ID. So we need mediator in there. And we are going to do okay. So remove images and store handler. Remove image from storage handler. I just remove images from storage. Yeah. So now remove images from Azure storage handler. There's an request handler of remove images from Azure storage. And now we're in the deep unknown. Okay, so I'm going to take these. and I'm going to paste them in there. Paste that in there. Read only, of course. And that's that. Turn unit dot task for right this second. So here, what we do is we go and get the container. So we probably still want that. The container should exist, so if that blows up, I'm not really panicked about that this second. We're then gonna get the blob client. So this one's the tough one. So in this case, what I do is I create 3 files based upon this pattern. I create the files. So do I need to here? Here's how I think I need to do it. String files to delete equals new string array. We need think about it. I'm just going to build an array of the files, and you know this probably needs to be reorganized and built out differently so that I've got consistency. Because obviously, if I change one, I've got to change the other now, and that's easily forgotten about. There's no challenge there. There's no there's nothing to check. I would lose track of that if I wasn't sure that it was done in 2 places. So on that then, so this will get me the file. So I think what I need to do is for each file, var file in files to delete, and to get that based upon file, var blob client equals that. And then I think I need to do await blob client dot delete async. Looks like there's some more options there. Include snapshots, none, and only snapshots. Include snapshots. There shouldn't be any snapshots of the files. I assume they're kind of like, oh, blob request conditions. This is going to get more complicated. If optionally limit requests to resources that have a matching e tag, if modified since, if non-match, if and then cancellation token. Okay. So that's what I think I need to do. So I'm going to get the container client. So that will give me the container. So storage. Come on, we're almost there. Come on. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining. Appreciate it. Take care, Hassan. Have a great day. Okay, so we have the images. So we're going to get this game images container. That'll get us. Then we build a list of files we want to delete, go through them, get the container file, get the container blob for each one, and then delete it. I don't think that needs a using. I don't think that's going to like a using. Nope. So it's not like it needs to be released or anything. Um, so yeah. Okay, so that should do what it needs to do. So the only way we're going to do that is if we actually figure this out and do the delete. So HTTP delete, HTTP delete is going to be public async task iAction result. Let's see. Does anybody else realize the thing that just dawned on me? Okay, so I'm going to call delete using the exact same URL I needed to use to get the image. So I actually just need to use the URL with a delete instead of an image. So I never needed the ID directly passed down to the client. I only ever needed the URL. So I don't need that. I actually just need the URL. Because I'm gonna call delete on this exact same endpoint. I love those ones. I mean, I know I put work into that, but that just needs to be URL. I don't. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I know I put work into that, but and I will reverse that out because we don't need it. But I can test without it being removed. So now we need just one more thing. We need a delete image action. So we go get images for game action, right? This returns image models, etc. So it was a good change anyway, because our URL manipulation should have been in the view model, not in here. So it wasn't a terrible change. We need to do, so we have upload image is bool. This is where this gets a little bit messier. Yeah, so it's an API action of, so we have delete image action. Yeah, bool. These are very similar. So I'm actually going to paste it in this case. So this case, this is a string URL. Let's get rid of that. They're very similar, but I just changed all the code. We're going to call delete on games. We're not going to call. We're going to call delete on. Here's a challenge. Okay, it's going to save me. The code does save me right this second. I'm going to test this, then I'm going to rewrite this. Because it does, I can't pass a full URL in this. When I'm getting the image, I'm making a direct request using the URL from within the image. Here, I've got an actual context of my API, which has a base URL. I can't just pass that a full URL now, right? I have to pass it a relative URL. So I will modify this to be able to do that. But as it stands right this second, this URL needs to just be, so this would be images/ID. Right. So we have a delete image action. So now if we go back to our view model here, we actually need to do this, delete image action ID. Change that back to a grid for right this second. Because we've done it, it's fine. And then await load images. And then we go back over here quickly. Change that to ID again. But ultimately, I've got the full URL built. I don't need it. So I can swap it out, either use the URL from my base URL in here and build the URL on the client, which is probably a bit cleaner, or I can do a replace on there. Okay, so would you like to delete this image? Load images. I think we're good. See how confident I am now. Okay, so that's running. Let's run this. Okay, so go to our bad image. Would you like to delete this image? Yes. Look at that. Just to approve. The image is gone. There you go. So there's some refactorings that need to be made there. If I knew which ones that they were straight away, I would be able to tell you which ones have gone. But unfortunately, there's 700 images in here, so I can't say which ones those are. They should actually be the ones we added the other day, but we added the medium files and stuff after that. So, but yeah, first time. I'm confident it did it. So now we have the delete image. I don't think there's any others that it screwed up that I can show that on. I think everything else worked. Real Mist? No, Real Mist worked in the end. Fairy Tale? Well, that's going to be a bugged one, isn't it? Yeah, that's a bugged one. Yeah, that's a bugged one. Oh well. Okay. So yeah, that's that. Wow, we've gone an hour over normal stream time. But I think it's been worth it. I'm gonna pretty much call it there. So I might do that little bit of refactoring off stream. There's nothing much there. I just want to make sure that, because basically I just need to turn around and call that URL with a delete instead of a get, and it will do the right thing. And rather than have the ID passed down and do anything there, I don't want to make an API that lies. You can use that URL to get it, or you can use the URL to delete it, and we can put permissions around that later. But that's it for now. So yeah, 9 people it says still in here, so I should pass that forward. Ancient Coder, thank you very much for hanging out for so long. I know it's really late there. I don't know if Viable still around, but also thanks for joining me for such a late time. It's a bit repetitive at this point, but Calot is my favorite streamer to join into at this point. So I'm going to raid him again. Thank you very much for joining. I will be back on Tuesday, and we will continue from there and put the favorite image in, or the front image. So yeah, take care all. Thank you very much. Have a great weekend, and I'll see you soon. Thank you. Good night.